fulfill certain criteria, they should be able to get the service proactively. So the system should be able to, in a way, provide the service without the need somebody to go through some application process. Another important principle is digital by default. So we need to design the processes within our institutions so that we keep in mind that our initial and final aim is to have digital services. So they have to be prepared in such a way that digital is the default. And the most important one, I think, is the user centricity, because it, I would say, encompasses and I would say summarizes all of these which I already mentioned. So at the end of the day, the idea is to design the processes and the services in the way to be seen efficient and effective from the user's perspective, from the citizen's perspective. Because right now, the way things are, and those are not only, I would say, in our government, but many other governments have faced the same issue, because the government, the starting points how the government sees services is from, you know, the structures inside the government. So you have the ministries, you have the agencies, each of them are some kind of a silo, they have their own services, but that's not the way the users, the citizens would like to see services. They would like to see it from the perspective of life events. So if, for example, a child is born, that's a life event for the citizen. If a citizen changes an address, that's a life event. If he or she opens a business, that's a life event. So all the services should have a starting point, the life event that the citizen or business is going through. So based on those principles, we need to build our systems, e-government systems, registries. Of course, we have quite a few of registries. We don't have to start from scratch, but we need to make sure that we have some principles about the systems which will be part of the e-government structure. So one of the important principles is the interoperability one, and it has to do with the previous thing which I mentioned, which has to do with once only principle, meaning that if the systems communicate between each other, then we will be able to attain a once only goal, because once the government gets a certain information, then regardless of what kind of other service is needed by the citizen, because he has already provided a certain information, the government system should be aware of that information. Another important thing which we are trying to push is having a single portal for the services of citizens and businesses. What I found when I started my work in the government a few months ago is that there is tendency for various institutions to create their own portals of services. Again, it's not bad that institutions want to provide services, but the idea is we are pushing a government approach that at the end of the day the citizens should see us as one government. So that's why we're trying to concentrate all the services within the e-Kosovo portal. Another thing which I would like to mention is electronic identification. I will talk a bit more about it, but that's a very important aspect which we will be working on. The project will be starting soon. And that should also be by default. We should not invent various authentication services within the government, but there will be a unique way of authenticating the citizens and businesses, and that should be by default for all systems who join the e-government ecosystem.
But before going to electronic signature and identification, most important driving factors of digital transformation are political support, which without doubt now we learned that there is political willingness to undergo this transformation process. But besides political support and political willingness, you need to have a sufficient budget to implement all these transformation activities. And Moreover, you need to have technical know-how within the government to implement this vision of digital transformation. Does the current government have the sufficient budget and internal know-how to push forward this process?
Yeah, those are very good questions. So regarding the budget, of course, like many other projects in the e-government e-government and digital transformation need funds. And that's something we have in mind. Of course, there are a lot of priorities within the government which relate to various areas of, I would say, socio-economic priorities. And of course, since digitalization is one of our priorities, we will make sure that we allocate the needed budget for that area as well. But what I can say is that this will be done in a very planned and structured manner. So we are working on a strategic documents which will produce action plans, and those action plans will have their own projects. So we will be, I would say, strategically budgeting, putting into our budget the key projects related to digitalization. And what I need to emphasize is that the approach of the government, regardless if it's digitalization or any other sector, the approach is that whatever spending we do of taxpayers' money, we'll make sure that it is done responsibly. Talking about the, I would say, the know-how within the government, I would say that, of course, we discussed that yesterday as well. This shortage of skills is first of all, global issue, is a big issue in our country, but especially in the government, because we know that the professionals, when they have a chance to work in the private sector or work for international companies, of course, they would choose for the latter ones. So yes, I would say acquiring talent is quite challenging, and retaining is even more challenging. But that doesn't mean that we have to, give up, because we have to think about the systems we need to build, mechanisms to attract talent to the public sector as well. But of course, it doesn't mean that we will have all the necessary skills within the government to run the digital transformation process. We have to do it in close cooperation with the private sector, with consultants, experts, and also diaspora. We think that we have a pool of people in diaspora which can help us a lot. And we are working on establishing contacts and seeing who can fit in what role in supporting this process.
Now, talking specifically about the law on electronic signature, now already for more than 2 or 3 years, there has been effort to work and complete the legal infrastructure in this aspect. The government has approved the law. We, as a project, has provided technical assistance in developing the sub-legal acts. Concretely speaking, any plan when this law will be approved and implemented?
Well, as the Prime Minister mentioned, we passed it in the government. So now the law is in the parliament. It has passed the first reading. And the second reading, of course, depends from the parliament, but we are expecting it to happen soon. So I believe, if not by the end of this month, then November should be some realistic time to expect that the legislation will become effective. And as you said, we already have, I would say, the secondary legislation pretty much ready. Of course, additional consultations are needed, but we are doing all the, I would say, the background work, so that the moment that the law is ready, we will proceed with the secondary legislation. And the good thing is that apart from the legislative part, we already have the project ready. So we have commitment, we have support from the EU through IPA funds to fund the project. Everything is prepared. All the, I would say, analysis have been made, and everything has been prepared. And I believe very soon the EU will proceed with the procurement process. And of course, it's a complex project. We are not expecting that the implementation will be fast. It's very important that implementation goes, I would say, in a very deliberate way, because there are risks associated. There are countries who have implemented electronic identification, but still were not successful in, I would say, using it in practice. It is very important that the electronic identification is adopted also beyond the government. It's not something that should be seen as something which is related only to e-government. I think the banking sector has big interest in it, also the telecom providers, but it is open actually for the whole private sector, because it can be utilized for provision of services by everybody. And we as a country will have a tool, we have a mechanism to identify our citizens and businesses. And beyond authentication, there is this very important part which has to do with digital signature, because in the government side we are really looking forward to it, because it will pave the way for digitalization of many services which today cannot be fully digitalized, because there are some services which require a physical signature, and because we don't have a mechanism for doing that electronically, the citizens have to go to physically to certain government office. For example, we have some services which are semi-digitalized, or like in the Agency for Registration of Businesses. The initial part of the process, application for opening a company or changing something, can be done electronically. But still, after that process is finished, you still have to print the documents, sign them, and go and hand them over physically. And with the electronic signature, we will be able to digitalize that whole process end to end. So, and beyond that, I would say that the law itself, but also the systems which we are aiming, is to have them eIDAS regulation compliant, which means that those, I would say, identification mechanisms will be able to be used also cross-border within the EU. So that also opens, I think, more opportunities for its usage.
Thank you, Mr. Iaggiu, for very valuable input. Now let's turn to Mr. Burimbole from Agency of Information Society. A very successful case of digital transformation of public services, as you know, is the e-Kosovo platform. Yesterday, Minister Rizvanoli argumented that the digitalization enabled faster vaccination of people in Kosovo. Yes. And most likely, he was referring also to Platforma e-Kosovo. So, coming from that institution, can you please give us a very short summary of what Platforma e-Kosovo consists of, what kind of services are currently offered, and what are the next services that the e-Kosovo platform plans to offer?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here with you. As you mentioned, e-Kosovo is a really successful case, maybe starting from those services, which one you just mentioned, it was the vaccination against COVID. There are more than 1.5 million vaccines administered through e-Kosovo. This is a good case and for us that helping us to have more and more services. Now we have more than 30 other services that providing through e-Kosovo platform. And the e-Kosovo platform is the single point where all services should be there, public services that should be provided for citizens. And maybe I should mention some other services, which are property taxes invoice, also is fines by the police, services for grants and subsidies, and this happens for two ministries, Ministry for Regional Development, also for Mint, and this process, I should mention here, it's fully digitalized from first to the end, all the process. After that, we have application for resident permit for foreign citizens. There are some other services in Ministry of Finance, which are application for maternity supplements, applying for children allowance, application for personal allowance subsidy, and there are also two other services which are more information. There are permits and licenses, information that we have done for two municipalities, which are municipality of Prizren and Lipian. Also, we will continue with other municipalities. And there are other services that we will have in eCoSovo platform. Many of them we are working now in that process. Maybe the most important is payment, electronic payment that we will put in eCoSovo, and we are working with 3 banks for the moment. It's TEB Bank, ProCredit Bank, and Raiffeisen Bank who are offering this service for citizens, so citizens can pay everything in eCoSovo platform. We are speaking now for a public service that they should pay, also other bills they can pay through this. And there are some other services, maybe I will mention just 2 or 3 of them. It's application service for young police officers, and also scholarship for students. Now we are working on those days, they will be published for citizens. So.
What we have experienced in the past is that the creation and setup of the e-platforms is not so challenging, but when it comes to usability, then we face many obstacles, and we have witnessed in the past excellent platforms created, but no usability at all. So does your agency have specific plans in promoting the platform among Kosovo population, specifically among marginalized groups?
Yes. Starting from challenges, when we start eCoSovo platform, it was a coincidence that they started during the pandemic time. We start to have many meetings with different institutions, different group of interest, and it wasn't easy because we had some problems. Some of them were in legal aspect, some of them are more bureaucratic, but in the end, we did it. Now we have this platform, and as you can see, it's the best one now in our country that is happening. So during this period of time, we work with all institutions, and now we are having all these services. But what we are doing now, especially with citizens, we have a call center started in our agency. There are more than 10 officials who are working there, and they are helping during all of the time citizens about services that we offer in platform eCoSovo. In this aspect, also we have a contracted professional company who is working about marketing more, who is doing all grid lines, videos, marketing in social media, and we are doing this all over the time just to help citizens to have more easy way to use our platform. Maybe the one important thing in the end is to mention that about marginalized groups, we have develop the platform in that way that helps this category to use the platform in the best way. Also, as I mentioned, the call center, our officials are working during all of the time, answering calls and helping citizens to have the best way to have these services for them.
Thank you, Mr. Boyer. Let's turn now to representative of private sector, Mr. Fazliu. You heard yesterday Prime Minister Kurti, also today Mr. Iakgiu. How would you assess the current ecosystem for digital transformation private sector? And which are your expectations from the government in terms of facilitating the overall digital transformation process?
Good morning. Thank you for the invitation. Yes, I think that a starting point for doing something is a mindset. And I do believe that listening yesterday to the Prime Minister and today to the, I'm calling CTO of the government, Mr. Lulzan, I believe it's a good starting point in order to first knowing what was the future and knowing what needs to be done. Until now, we didn't have, let's say, a role in the government like we do have now, which is pretty important, because we, prime ministers or the politicians, they do not maybe, or they didn't understand the potential of digital transformation or digital services in the past, because I do believe that we could move forward pretty fast. And the entire, let's say, ecosystem built up in Kosovo for the ICT sector has been built through private companies, through STIC, and other, let's say, donors that helped us grow. In order for us to, let's say, to move forward, I think that if what's have been said yesterday from the Prime Minister and today from Mr. Durzan, I believe if those things will be done, we will be in a better place, miles away from where we are now. And this is pretty important that what's have been said to be written and then, of course, to put it in action in smaller steps. So all of us in the private sector will know what's the path of digital transformation or, let's say, the digital improvements in society. There are a few things that have been mentioned also previously, but that the ecosystem have been struggled for years, that are digital signature, digital invoicing. Yesterday also Prime Minister mentioned that 2% of the budget in Estonia have been reduced by just doing those two steps. Another thing that needs to be said is that currently we are living in a, let's say, in a wilder ecosystem or competition because of the all companies that come from abroad, and they see great potential for the youngsters to become their potential employees. And saying this means that in the near future, local businesses will not be able to afford the prices in order to make their own digital transformation. Because also local companies, they are all looking, let's say, for the clients abroad in order to pay the bills and to keep their talents in-house. I think that this part should be also something that government should help in order to help local companies grow and keep the talent in-house. And of course, by doing this, they will help also other local businesses to gain services from local IT companies. Otherwise, there will be pretty hard to have a sustainable, smoother and proper digital transformation in a national level. There are many companies, let's say outside Pristina, that they cannot afford to build up an e-commerce website and let's say paying for a CRM or something that will help them to build business based on data. If we cannot provide those services in a level that they can, let's say, they can afford, and they can build up teams who will be part of the digital services, because when you do something, a digital transformation, it's not just the tool, it's also people behind it. You cannot build an e-commerce on a platform who interacts with third parties without having people on the back office, without having proper payment solutions, etc. So this is for me, the key point. It's equal to the let's say, helping local companies or the market to build up the resources, human resources, and to, let's say, to make a shift from traditional professions into the ICT, which, I mean, the government have started with a budget that will help on this process. The other thing is that currently Kosovo is not listed in many service providers around the world, starting from those that are well known, like PayPal or Stripe or something. So it's pretty hard for companies, mainly startups. I do have, as a company, we help, or we support, in fact, we don't help them, we support them, local, let's say, startups or products. One of them is Amra, let's say, one of a task management tool. They struggled to get payment of subscription because of the Kosovo. So they were forced to open company in the United States in order to make subscription available. So these are some key points that can be, let's say, simple, and in other countries are unseen, but in Kosovo, those makes companies suffer. I do believe that with a proper plan, written plan, in small action steps, we can achieve more, let's say, in a few months than we did in the past years.
Besides the external factors that you have discussed, there are also a group of internal factors within companies that present a barrier to digital transformation. So from your perspective, as a company owner, as a consultant of digital transformation, what are the main barriers that usually block the specific digital transformation of specific company?
Each company has its own, let's say, climate or culture. It depends from the leader how they see the vision of the company, but of course, in different business like traditional ones or those who provide goods that are not related with technology, it's maybe harder to do something in a faster manner. The main thing to do is first to make awareness campaigns to the companies in a national level or in a company levels, so they get to know what digitalization means. It's not something that necessarily will, let's say, have less people in the company by making them quit. But the idea is to create a mindset, shifting the mindset, in fact. You cannot, let's say, achieve an end result or end goal if you are not willing to do that. And if only the leader or only CEO or owner of the company wants to do something, they have to transfer that, let's say, vision, that know-how, that how they're gonna transfer their company with all employees. They have to participate on it. They have to be part of it, and they have to feel that what's happening, it's for their own good. And for this, I mean, we should have maybe kind of group or management company or something who can visit those companies when needed, as a part of, if let's say is a budget from the government for 1,000 companies to digitize their processes, there should be tech companies who can digitize to make the tool, and also the consultants or other companies who will go and speak with owners in a in friendly way to help them understand what's the potential. If you are building something that will minimize the processes, if you are building something that will optimize the entire operations inside the company, what's the benefit of it? And when they see the benefit, they can access the tool and they can use it. Otherwise, tools will be useless. So basically, the main thing to do this, from my point of view, is only mindset. And of course, in some companies might be a lack of let's say, the ages of the employees. If they are, let's say, above 60 or 50 or whatever, they might be, it might be harder for them to engage in tools. But if they have a group of people who are youngsters, who can also share and train the others in the company, it will be easier to do the transformation.
Now going to Zon, I'm picking up on what you said about mindset and cultural shift. The digital transformation in itself is disruptive and requires significant cultural shift. According to your experience, what is in-company culture needed for digital transformation?
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. As Ariane mentioned, especially in non-ICT companies, company culture, it has to be innovation. And it's a bit of a problem in non-ICT sector because they are prone not to digitalize, especially older owners or older managers. But still, it should start from the leader. So the leader should be implementing, or the leader should put the company to go with the digitalization. We've seen as a company, as an ICT company, we have a product, and we've seen from the pandemic that it was a necessity even for non-ICT businesses to digitalize. What we've seen with this lockdown, for example, our company put out e-commerce platform for all the businesses. And what they are into it, they want to implement it, but then they lack digital skills. because it's not easy digitalizing when you don't know, you don't have proper digital skills. So non-ICT companies, besides digitalization, they have to equip their staff with digital skills, basic digital skills, in order for their business to improve. We've seen in many different companies what they lack is if you want to put out your products in e-commerce, you have to have a good picture of a product, good description. So these are all information that they need to have in order to implement, for example, an e-commerce website. But digital skills, social media plays a crucial part in digitalizing non-ICT companies. So they should focus also on digital skills on social media part, on CRM, and on other different softwares for companies to run.
I think, Zona, you brought a very important aspect of digital transformation that we frequently try to forget or neglect, and that is the human aspect of the digital transformation. Just recently, I met one of the leading wood processing owner who was ready to invest millions of euros in digital transformation, but one of the main reasons why he did not decide to invest is because he said that the current employees do not possess necessary skills to use the digital tools that I'm ready to invest and buy. So I think this is very important. Just to conclude, Zara, with you, what is the most difficult part of digital transformation for companies?
As I mentioned, digital skills of the staff. So the staff should know more about cybersecurity, and cybersecurity, of course, we know it's a complex theme, but every user, every employee of the company should have basic skills of cybersecurity, so they are safe on the internet. Then they have to have some social media expertise, because everyone is nowadays on social media. Then they also need to have different trainings on different products, different softwares. So when the companies implement a new product or new software, it comes with the training. It comes with the user manual, so they know how to use that system. But in order for digital transformation to happen, digital skills are necessary. What is one proposal for government in this case, because they have agency for employment, and they have VTCs, vocational training centers, throughout Kosovo. There should be a partnership, public-private partnership, especially on these digital skills trainings within agency, within employment agency. This would be easier also for other businesses, for non-ICT businesses I'm talking about. The other problem that we have as IT companies with technical people is that we lack, but these are different measures. But for digital skills for different businesses, it should be done together with the government to implement those trainings in vocal training centers.
Thank you very much. Just before concluding this panel, I would like to bring again the discussion with Mr. Iaggiu. In terms, you have heard the representatives of the private sector. So they have identified several challenges and requests on what the government should do. Maybe just a brief reflection on what was said by Ariane Tenzana, so we can conclude with the panel.
Yes, I mean, this aspect of digital skills always comes back to the table because it's really crucial, and I have to emphasize the fact that digital transformation, regardless if it's in the public sector or private sector, has much less to do with technology and much more to do with people. And yeah, that is what will make or break the whole, I would say, digital transformation process. So in that regards, we are taking some measures, and there are some trainings I mentioned also yesterday. About 3,500 young, I would say, people are being trained in various areas in ICT. We are also using some external funding for that. So the idea is really to create an abundant supply of people which will be able to serve the industry. Also, currently we have, as part of the economic recovery package, a measure which directly addresses the, I would say, the youth employment and youth trainings. So the Ministry of Finance is, I would say, operationalizing this measure in order to fit, to make a best fit for the needs. So any ideas which the private sector has, we are willing to listen. And we've had also some meetings. But at the end of the day, the idea is to come to some kind of, I would say, a common approach to that, because I've met a lot of people from private sector, and it's not a single idea. There are so many ideas. So I believe that we can utilize also ITP. One of the components here is the trainings part, and we need to see what are the mechanisms we can build to address this issue. And I agree that there are two components to it. We are talking about ICT professionals needed for the industry, and we are talking about the digital skills for our citizens, for our teachers, for our doctors. And you know, each of the strategies in the sectors has to address it, but we also have to have a holistic view on this. For example, digitalization in education that we are currently working on as part of our overall education strategy. It has 4 components, but for me the most important one and the most challenging one is the skills part, because in order to be able to roll out the digitalization, which includes digitalization of processes, systems, of the content, it is very important that we have people starting from the schools up to the ministry who will be able to be part of that process, because without having those people, you know, the technology will not solve our problems. So yes, we hear the, I mean, and we see the problem. We are trying to address it. We are looking at various options and various mechanisms to address it, and of course it will be part of the strategies. As I said, there is no sense of having digitalization in education, any kind of strategy, if we don't address the aspect of skills. It's the same for health. If we are looking at digitalization in health, we need to have skills of the people involved within the whole structure. There are other things which were raised, I think, regarding various, I would say, things which have to do with our development as a country, but we are still not present as a country in various platforms. Again, we are aware of that problem, we are trying to address it, and we would welcome cooperation with the private sector, with civil society, because everybody can contribute. For us, we are trying to look at the top level domain, which is a very important thing, not only for the, I mean, usage and, you know, the systems and the portals and all that, but also for the cybersecurity part. And we are looking at the ways, because there are, I would say, a couple of paths. Those are quite challenging, because whatever path we take, at the end of the day, it requires membership in UN, which we currently don't have. So, but we are trying to see if there is some path which we can use and to overcome this, I would say, obstacle we have.
Thank you very much. We have utilized extra 8 minutes, but I guess since we have Mr. Iaggiu here, and we are all eager to find out more about the governmental plan, so please forgive us for extra 8 minutes. Let me summarize with what is my impression from this discussion, that there are challenges, barriers to digital transformation, but apparently the government has approached the digitalization in a very ambitious way, has defined principles of digital transformation, and will look forward to action plans and implementations. Thank you for your contribution. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, panelists. Durim, thank you so much. Wonderful. So as you've heard, it's something that after you, something that you certainly, that we've already heard and sort of struck a chord with me. Again, it's not really the tech that's going to solve all the problems here at all. It's really the people, the skill set, the training from a very early age, moving forward and really creating this abundance of talent over the years, over a long-term period to really to achieve the goals that we want. Right, it's time to move on to something slightly different, something a little bit different. But before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, there's actually seats right in front of me here and in the front rows here as well. If anybody would like to move forward, take a seat, get comfy, and then we'll begin the session right now. So, the power of light. When I say that to you, I'm sure that means many different things. I'm intrigued to really understand what our next speaker means by the power of light. The era of entrepreneurship and innovation in optics. I'm curious, you're probably curious, everybody at home or home office, wherever you are in the world, you're curious. Let's find out exactly what it's all about. Please welcome to the stage from the Bar Ilan University in Israel, Mr. Ziv Zalewski.
Good morning. Good morning, Kosovo. I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak here today. So, as introduced, my name is Zev Zalewski. I'm from the Faculty of Engineering at Bar Ilan University. And today, I'm going to speak with you about the topic that I like the most to speak about. My favorite topic. I'm going to speak with you about myself. And more specifically, I'm going to speak with you about my personal way in the world of entrepreneurship. And I come from the field of electro-optics. So we will hear about light, we will hear about entrepreneurship, and I hope we will finish in half an hour, okay? So before we start with entrepreneurship, you need to understand that being an entrepreneur, going through this path, is like running a marathon. And when you run a marathon, the best methodology is to start as fast as you can, the fastest as you can. And with the kilometers, with the miles, slowly, slowly, to increase your pace. Okay, so some personal notes. When you try to develop your own entrepreneurship activity, there are several things you need to be aware of. First of all, you need to be creative. You need to have the capability of improvise. You need, and this is very important, not to be afraid of making mistakes. Actually, you do a lot of mistakes when you establish a startup company. And of course, another very important thing is that if you want to build your startup company, that should also be funded, you know, money, it's important. You should know how to speak with venture capitals. And by the way, if there are venture capitals in the room, so I'm sorry, this is better. And of course, something which is, again, extremely important is that, as Edison said many years ago, is that you need always to be optimistic and not to lose hope, because there are a lot of problems along the way. Obviously, it's not only about you. You need to have the right infrastructure to succeed. You need to have a lot of imagination in the environment that surrounds you. And you know, Albert Einstein said that the imagination is indeed more important than knowledge. So you bring knowledge, but you need to have an environment that supports imagination. And of course, before you start, don't forget that being an entrepreneur might sometimes be a bit dangerous. So those are my insights from this world. Don't forget to fail. If you learn from your failure, then you improve yourself and you gain experience. Never to give up. Always choose the right partners, because establishing a startup company in a way is like a marriage. You need to support each other in difficult times, and there are a lot of difficult times. And one of the most important comments I have is that it's not about the money. It's not about the final point, it's about the journey that you are about to pass. And if this is indeed your purpose, then you have better chances to succeed. although the chances are not very high. They're approximately 1 to 1,000. So, given that, let me tell you a little bit about my personal journey. I will start with the past, go to the present, and then continue towards the future. Prediction is a very complicated task. Albert Einstein said that predicting is very complicated. If you try to predict the past, then it is complicated. If you try to predict the future, it is really complicated. So I will go through my past journey, through the present journey, until my future plans. And I hope you will enjoy. So my first startup company that I co-founded was a company in which we had a magnificent technology. This technology was a technology of electro-optical switches that were able to switch light about 1,000 times faster than other existing switches at that time. It was really exciting. The technology was amazing. We were working very hard. You can see here, the laser pointer is not working, but you can see here the first prototype that we were going to ship, and we were so excited that we dropped the box and the prototype was destroyed. Eventually, this company was sold to a Brazilian communication company called Pattec. But what my lesson was from this specific activity is that it's very important when you develop a technology to know if there is a need for that technology. Here specifically, we developed switches that were 500 times faster than any existing switches in optical communication. The problem was that you didn't need the switches to be faster in optics communication because the main application for those switches was for the purpose of protection, and for that you had to have a switching speed of, say, few milliseconds. We were able to do it in few tenths of nanoseconds. So this is one important lesson that I have learned. Then I continued my journey, and we were developing a Pico projector. We thought it could be very interesting. Instead of having, you have computers, you have screens. What really limits the size of your computers is not the processing card, but rather the screen that you have. So we have decided to develop a small Pico projector like the one you see here that will project the image you want to see instead of using a screen. And then if you connect it to phones, at that time there were no smartphones, or to a computer, you could really have something very compact to carry with you and have a screen, a virtual screen with very high resolution. But in order to have a screen with high contrast, to do this, you had to have strong sources to project the image in this Pico projector. We were the first to do it with laser light. The problem is that at that time, which was many tens of years ago, laser technology, people considered it as something very dangerous. Today, no, you use lasers almost everywhere, but we were premature. I mean, today you have Pico projectors based on lasers, if you don't know, but at that time, people didn't want to accept something that projects laser light into their eyes. This company was eventually bought by Kaga Electronics. My next adventure, which is related to my third lesson, was in a company called PrimeSense that was eventually bought by Apple some years ago. What we were developing there is photonic technology to do precise three-dimensional sensing. The idea was to use it for gaming purposes. If you remember, I don't know how old you are, the Kinect module, which is connected to Xbox, is this. It worked actually very well. The optical technology was very interesting. Everything was very interesting. My specific mistake there is that I left too early. So you need to stick to the final goal until the end. And this was a very successful startup. My next adventure was related to the world of ophthalmology. Ophthalmology is the field of science which concerns each and every one of you, because we have eyes and our vision is not perfect, and we want to correct those visual discrepancies that we have. Now, the problem we tried to address in Exceed Imaging, that was eventually bought by BHVI, was the problem of presbyopia. Do you know what presbyopia is? So presbyopia, I see only people that are above 45 that say that they know what it is. Indeed, it is a problem or a situation that happens after age of 40 plus. It's a visual problem that I call actually an orthopedic problem. It's an orthopedic problem of uncontrolled shrinkage of hands. Uncontrolled shrinkage of hands. Do you have uncontrolled shrinkage of hands? I will explain what I mean. When you are 30 years old, you want to read something, you hold it here and you read it. When you are 40, you hold it here and then you read it. When you are 45, you hold it here, you read it, and then when you are 50 or 46, you say, oh, I cannot read it, my hands got too short. So the point is related to the fact that our eye can have a very good vision for far away, we can be hemotrope, but when we want to read something, to focus on something which is nearby, close to us, we need to change the focal length of our eye. This is called accommodation. The problem is that after age of 45, we lose this accommodation capability. Now, in spectacles, there are some solutions for that. It's called multifocal lenses. The problem with multifocal lenses is that in order to see in focus, you need to pay with your lines of sight. So you have along the area of the glass, you have different focal lengths, and you need to choose the right line of sight to look through the right region of the glass, of the lens, such that the object in front of you will indeed be in focus. It's not very convenient. Some people don't wear glasses, I mean spectacles. They wear contact lenses. In contact lenses, the situation is even worse. You do have what is called bifocal contact lenses. They give you the capability to see in focus near and far objects, but not objects which are in the intermediate range. And in intraocular lenses, the lenses that are being implanted in the case of cataract surgery, the situation is even worse. Again, you have what is called bifocal intraocular lenses, but still you cannot see things in the intermediate range, and also those lenses usually suffer from low energetic efficiency, which affects people, for instance, when they try to do things at night, like driving. We have developed a unique technology in which we took the lens and we did special scratches on the surface of the lens, and those scratches enhanced the depth of focus of those lenses, no matter what the lens were. It could be spectacles, contact lenses, or intraocular lenses. It enhanced the depth of focus by 3 diopters. Now, what is 3 diopters? It's exactly what you need to see everything in focus, from near to far. Diopters are the units that you have for your spectacles, and 3 diopters means that you will be able to see everything in focus from 33 centimeters to infinity, which is enough to read as well as look on faraway objects or anything in the intermediate range. So we extended the depth of focus of the lens, and no accommodation is needed anymore, and it is obtained over the full field of view. What is also interesting is that the same solution could be used not only for solving presbyopia, but also to solve various aspects of astigmatism. Astigmatism is when we have a different focal length along different axes of the lens. If the astigmatism is regular, you have cylindrical lenses that solve it for spectacles, or toric contact lenses for contact lenses. But if the astigmatism is irregular, you don't have a solution, but extended depth of focus does solve it. And we have developed this technology. So this is regular lens. This is its focus. We added the scratches. And by doing that, we extended the depth of focus. The depth of focus was much larger. And when it was larger, no more accommodation capability was needed. You can see here an example how, so what you see in the lower part of the slide is a zoom image of what you have in the upper part of the slide. So without doing extended depth of focus, you see the remote objects in focus, but the business card is unreadable. But in the right side of the slide, the remote objects are focused, but you can now read the details on the business card. And this is in the case of ophthalmic resolution charts. And we did many experiments of this technology, both for spectacles, like here, for contact lenses. This is, by the way, how contact lenses with those scratches look like. Those are clinical trials, as well as for RGP. RGP are rigid contact lenses, as well as for intraocular lenses. And you can see here a comparison with the extended depth of focus lens versus a common commercial available bifocal intraocular lens. And the main difference is in the intermediate image plane that is not in good resolution for the bifocal intraocular lenses, but in good resolution with the extended depth of focus technology. So it was very, very interesting technology. And my specific lesson from this is that when you work with big organization, as a startup company, you need to be careful how to navigate your progress in a proper way such that you keep your control and yet you progress in your R&D path. And there is a saying in the Israeli startup ecosystem, and the saying is that two people meet. One has an idea, and he is a new entrepreneur, and the other has experience. He doesn't have an idea, but he has experience. It's not his first entrepreneur activity. They meet and they talk, and then each one goes to his own way. Now, the guy with the idea has an experience, and the guy with the experience now has a new idea. So you need to properly navigate your path when you connect large entities, which are not always looking for your best interests. So this is my past. As you see, my past is very rich. You see my white hair. Now let us speak about my present activity. Are you familiar with Star Trek? You do. Good. So it's a science fiction movie, right? And if you remember, in this science fiction movie, in this spaceship, there was a medical doctor, and he had a device. The device was called a tricorder. A tricorder was a device that the medical doctor was pointing to subjects, and he could, to people, to creatures, not all of them were human, and he could diagnose their medical condition from a distance without touching them. So I have good news for you. This is no longer science fiction, only science, not fiction, not a fiction anymore. So we have developed very interesting technology that is developed in one of my startup companies called Continuous Biometrics, or Donisi Health. The technology has started in my laboratory in a collaboration with a colleague from Spain. His name is Javier Garcia. Those are the first prototypes that were relatively large. They allow to do monitoring from large distances of up to 400 meters away. I will tell you in a second how it works. And then, with time, we were able to reduce it to very small prototypes. And when the technology was commercialized to a startup company, to Continuous Biometrics, it was developed to various types of low-end, as well as high-end prototypes, as you can see here, even as an add-on to a smartphone. Now, how does it work? At that time, when people were trying to do medical monitoring, the sensors were in such a way that you wanted to monitor a certain biomedical parameter, so you had a sensor that its physical operation principle matched to the physics of the biomedical parameter you wanted to monitor. But in order to do a good medical diagnostics, it's not enough to monitor one biomedical parameter. You need to monitor many of them. But it's not practical to take 20, 30, 40 sensors and to expect that the person will collaborate with those sensors and allow them to measure him. You need to develop one sensor that will measure one ring that will rule it all. One sensor that will be able to measure many biomedical parameters at once and then do a more reliable medical diagnostics. Now, but the problem is that every biomedical parameter has something different that specifies it. How can we build a sensor that can measure very different biomedical parameters at once? So we were thinking about what is the common denominator to almost anything in biomedicine. And the common denominator is vibrations, or let me call it nanovibrations. If you can measure vibrations with nanometric precision, then you can measure everything. Because vital bioscience like respiration or heart beating, those are vibrations of your chest, blood pressure, vibration of the tissue next to a blood artery. But not only vital bioscience. If your precision is really nanometric, then if you have concentration of different chemicals in your bloodstream, the flow of blood, the pulsation will slightly, the vibration due to the pulsation will slightly be different. You know, nanometric precision, 1 nanometer is the size of a molecule. And if you want to measure, this is called hematology. If you want to measure hemodynamic activities, which means characteristics of flow of blood to different organs, again, those are vibrations because the flow of blood is accompanied by the pulsation of the blood artery due to the operability of our heart. So we said, let us measure vibrations, and actually, after developing the technology for 15 years, we discovered that Albert Einstein said exactly the same thing. So he said everything in life is vibrations. I cannot agree more. He copied it from me, of course, but still. So what was the idea? The idea was to take the sensor involved a laser, a camera with special optics, and some special image processing algorithm. We illuminated the tissue with a laser light, and the backscatter light was collected through special optics to the sensor. Now, the backscatter light forms, because laser has the property of being spatially and temporally coherent, the backscatter light forms a self-interference pattern which is called secondary speckle pattern. It's a random pattern. And due to movements and dynamic processes in the tissue, this pattern is randomly changing. So we had a special optics that caused this pattern to change according to specific rules, to follow specific rules. The AI algorithms analyzed the image, and from this they could extract the 6 degrees of movement occurring in the tissue versus time with a nanometric precision. And it was very useful, and we have applied it to various applications of smart homes and smart cars and sleep clinics like sleep apnea. It's a big problem. And all this monitored the nanovibrations, which were translated to a set of biomedical parameters, which were translated to a medical diagnostics for various applications, applications of IT and so, smart homes, as I said, cars and so on. One of the things that I mentioned for this technology is to sense hemodynamic activity. So a few years ago, I wanted to try and use this technology that we have developed in order to remotely sense brain activity. Now, how can I sense brain activity? Apparently, when we operate our brain, the brain needs oxygen. How the oxygen gets to the specific part of our brain, it comes with the blood. And if there is a flow of blood to a specific part of our brain due to the activation that we are doing, it means that there is vibration. This is the hemodynamic capability of our sensor. By the way, the alternative today to sense brain activity is, say, FNIRS or EEG recording. Both of them require wearing a helmet like the one you see in this picture. We wanted to do it from a distance, but we are measuring nanovibrations, and we managed to do it. So you can see in the left upper part one of the experiments where the sensor is behind the head of a subject, and we measure nanovibrations. You see here A, B, and C. Those are 3 different subjects. What we were doing with them, we were stimulating their visual cortex. It's around here. We were not stimulating, then stimulating. No stimulation, stimulation. You can see, for instance, in A, B, and C, 3 different subjects, no stimulation, almost no vibration. The stimulation started, you see the black line, which indicates that flow of blood went there. So we know that the person is trying to see something and to understand what he's seeing. We know it from a distance. Then we try to test another cortex, not the visual cortex, the short memory cortex, which is here, close to the forehead. So we gave different memory tasks to one of the subjects, and we analyzed the flow of blood to the forehead. And you can see in the experiment, the blue line is the baseline, and the brown line is what happens when he tries to remember to accomplish the memory task that we give to the subject. And what I'm recently doing, again with quite interesting results, yet in the academy, as being a researcher in the academy, what I'm trying to do is to sense senses. So what we do, we stimulate different senses, like smell, like hearing, taste, sense. All of them are around this region. You know, people have 5 senses. I personally have 6. I have also a sense of humor. So we were stimulating the additional 3 senses in addition to visual sense that I mentioned before, and we were monitoring from this region, and we could now identify that indeed, and we compared it, of course, to an EEG reading as a reference, as a medical reference. All the measurements are always done with the right medical benchmark, and we could see that indeed there is a very good correlation. The next step that I'm trying to do, it's not in the slide, I will try to really read thoughts. Really to see, not only to know that you stimulate a certain cortex, but to know whether, say you stimulate the visual cortex, what is exactly that you are trying to see. But this is for the next year event. Okay. Another interesting activity, a present activity, is related to a startup company called Z-Square. And there we have developed a microendoscope for medical usage, a disposable microendoscope, which is as thin as the human hair. But the thickness of this endoscope, which makes it so minimally invasive and disposable, doesn't come on the extent of its resolution. On the contrary, its resolution is actually better than the medical benchmarks of endoscopes being 3 millimeters in diameter, but ours is like 100, 200, 300 microns. Very, very thin. You can see here the advantages, the features, examples or images from the endoscope. And of course, we did a lot of experiments in the laboratory before the technology was commercialized. For instance, you can see here experiment that we did in the left upper part of the screen, an experiment we did in which we tried to do imaging of deep cortical layers of a mouse, of a rat. So we drilled through the dura and the endoscope was inserted into the brain. It's so thin that it was minimally invasive. The rat was acting and we could image blood arteries in deep cortical layers. It's very difficult to do it because it's in deep cortical layers. So we were using rats. Sometimes I use students, sometimes rats, whatever is available. It's a joke. Okay. Another interesting technology is that I'm currently working on, a commercialized technology, is related to the capability of significantly reducing the dose, the radiation dose of X-ray and gamma imaging machines in order to expose the subjects to smaller radiation and also to protect the medical doctors that need to repeat those procedures many times per day. And the idea was to develop, I will not go into details because I don't want, the chair tells me to speak faster. So to finish, excellent. But we were able to reduce, in the prototypes we built, to reduce the radiation by 4 times, and the capabilities to do it by even up to 1 order of magnitude or even more than this. The last thing that will tell you that I'm currently doing is I'm in a startup that we have recently established, is developing a photonic processor which operates inside of a fiber that can consume less power and work several orders of magnitude faster than the way the regular computer can work. You can see here some examples. Now let us speak about the future in 10 seconds. One of the projects, I try to develop spectacles that will allow blind people to see by translating the image that is collected by the spectacles to spatial, tactile stimulation of their cornea. It's like reading Braille, that blind people read with their fingertips, to read Braille with their cornea, but without the need of reaching their eyes forward because the image comes through the camera. We have already very promising initial results. I do also things related to nanophotonics. We have developed special nano antennas, really small, nanometric, that instead of, say, taking a CPU, inside of CPU you have what is called cross-connects that connect different processing units to each other. This consumes energy and has some interference noises. We do wireless communication, nano communication. So we do those nano antennas inside the processor and transmit information from one processing block to the other without having the connections. This is my last slide. We also develop smart clothes for elderly care. Thank you for your attention, and I will finish at this point. If you have questions.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And here's the thing, you'll be around today. You're here today, that's right. So if you're curious, you'd like to know more, have a chat, have a coffee, and I'm sure you'll be able to share that with everybody. Thank you so much. Right, we move on. So our next panel discussion, you can see the chairs behind me. They'll be filled very, very shortly indeed. And 2 words, startup. Well, that is startup investment. It is 2 words. Startup investment. That is what we're going to delve into right now, all about startup investment in the region, Kosovo as well, and give you more of a flavor of really how we're going to navigate through that and where we're going to as well. And the man who's going to navigate that healthy discussion right now is very simply from Halicate, and his name is Mr. Valon Tsanhasi.
Hey, thank you, Peter. It's nice having you for the 3rd time, I think, right? Yeah. So thank you, everybody, for coming in this rainy Saturday here at the 10th edition of KOS ICT. It was a pleasure meeting all of you yesterday and today. This was missing in the last 2 years, to see everybody and have this physical contact, like just touch. We will continue now with the topic startup investment. One of the main topics, I think, for our ICT sector in Kosovo. We are booming in the startup scene, so to discuss this today with me are 3 of my friends, Ms. Kusari, Mr. Dobroshi, and Mr. Ardian Hoxha. Can you please join me here? I don't see Ardian. Can somebody ping Ardian? Sorry, I didn't see you. Please sit.
Thank you.
You need a mic? Mic? Oh, here you go. Yes. So
Because of this, you don't see me. You know, like the children when they put on the glasses, they think they're invisible.
yeah. So my panels today have a long relationship with the startup ecosystem in Kosovo, and they are the people who know the best and can share their know-how and share the history, what's happening, and also share the future. I prepared a couple of questions, so I will start with Ms. Kusari. You are one of the most experienced with the startup ecosystem in Kosovo. Can you tell us how it was going, what is happening? Do you see progress in this stage of startup investments? How do you see it in a 5-minute maybe?
How do I see it in 5 minutes?
Yeah. Can you?
Well, I cannot, for 5 minutes, I cannot tell the whole story of maybe 15 years that I'm dealing with the private sector. For me, since the beginning, everything was startup, so depends on which sector we are talking about. So in terms of ICT, if we see in the 10-year experience, there has been a lot of progress done, not only from the business side, but I think it's done also with the efforts done by the donors, by the government. So we see a lot of initiatives and activities that are supporting the startup ecosystem, and so we have more businesses in this sector. So I see a lot of progress. I don't, maybe it's not the progress that I would wish for, because I think I want a lot. But comparing maybe with the region, I can say that within a very short time we can be compared with Macedonia or even with Serbia as well.
So do you see potential now after 10 years?
I see a lot of potential now. I think also the business ideas and also the businesses are more structured than 10 years ago. But there must be also, I think more efforts should be done on building the infrastructure, so the new generation can also seek to the entrepreneurship and not going just working on other sectors.
You mentioned infrastructure. I know that there are a lot of things that have to be fixed, but how do we stand on the legal infrastructure, like framework on investment? Do we have something like that? Did our government prepare anything like that?
In terms of investment, if you are referring to alternative, because if we are talking about traditional financing, I think banks are very stable, and there is not much to do there. But what I see that we need to review, it's also this part of venture capital framework. There is, but needs a total revision. And also what needs to be done is also a reform in order to encourage activities and encourage funding activities also from local investors. So I think in this alternative financing, which is equity crowdfunding, etc., venture funds, we need there is much to be done in order to be in line with contemporary, let's say, frameworks that exist also in Western Balkan.
Oh, thank you very much for this 10 years history in less than 5 minutes. Visar, we'll switch to you with the same question. How you also been involved for a long time in the startup ecosystem. You've been mentoring, judging startup ideas, and how do you see it, how we stand? Is there progress?
Yes, definitely there is a progress. And again, I will refer similar to Leonora. It's something that we wish and we want to be better. Lately, we are now more criticizing because when judging, for example, ideas, because we think that through these years in ICK, but also in this, if I may say, a startup environment, we should produce not just better ideas, but more structured approach to let's say, to startups, or approach of startups from idea to realization. We still have some maybe wrong things in vocabulary when dealing with a business, always mentioning, oh, it was a good idea. Idea is really not relevant or not the most relevant thing when you want to create a company. Other than that, a startup is not just first year, can be 3 years, 5 years. But in general, I think that environment is much better. There is much more places where the idea can be developed into a startup, and when startup can find a support, and support can be also not only financial but also motivation to create sustainable businesses.
Okay, thank you very much. Arjan, same question from a perspective as an entrepreneur. How do you see it in the last year? You started a couple of businesses during these 10 years. So can you tell us your perspective?
More than a couple.
Yeah.
More than a dozen. In fact, when I started my first business 18 years ago, the American School of Kosovo, I wasn't even aware that I had received money from angel investors. I didn't even know the term angel investor. And I had this idea to start a school so that people from Kosovo could go to an American school with very high standards and not have to leave their families like I had to. Like I had to go to the United States. And so I put together this business plan, and I made a list of the people that I would go talk to. And of course, the first people were my uncles, since I didn't have a father. And then if my uncles didn't work, then I would go to some of my father's friends, and so on. And so luckily, after lots of discussions, I managed to convince my uncles. I managed to sell my idea to them.
It's called pitching now.
Pitching, yes. And I got the investment, and here we are today. So basically, we're still at the very early stages. We're very far behind many countries in our region, very far behind Western Europe, and definitely far behind the United States. But the good news is that we're there. The good news is that we have startups that are growing, that are becoming successful, that are expanding regionally and globally. And basically, they are role models for other entrepreneurs. Yes, from the government side, there is a lot of legislation that is not in place. No stimulation whatsoever for investors. We know that a lot of countries have all kinds of incentive systems for investors in startups, and we've been advocating for years now to have our government go that way. Like I said, there's individual investors, and there's a number of them in this room as well, who do invest in different companies. And as we're going to talk today about the Karavetsa Forum, I'll leave that for later.
So when you said that there are investors here, so my next question, I'm going to make very short questions because of the time, so I will need you just prompt answers. What type of investments do you think startups need the most, here in Kosovo? Because as Ms. Kusari mentioned, there are different type of stages, different type of investments needed, but from your perspective, what is the most needed currently?
Well, I mean, definitely early stage investments, because we need to give people the chance to try out their ideas, turn them into business models, because an idea, a product, a service is different from a company, from a business. So we need to help them develop prototypes, develop a product or service that they want to sell, and help them turn that into a company. So that's where we need most of the investments and most of the focus in terms of training too. Most of the focus in terms of the angel investors mentoring, So that's my short question.
Yeah. Are Kosovo startups ready for investment?
Depends. I think this financial literacy is still weak in Kosovo, so and we need to do more to prepare any entrepreneur on what is investment, what it's meant with financing, does it mean equity. So I think that we should do more efforts on this based on our experience with startups as well. A lot of them, they know about only grants, but what is the investment and why they require investment is still a question mark.
We start the same question. Are we ready? Or startups investment, yeah?
Can I be a bit jealous and take a question of Ardian first, shortly?
Yes, please do.
What type of investments?
Investment, yes.
Investments from incubators, from accelerators, from venture capitalists, and from equity investors. Why? Because all those investments are investments with values. We're not talking here about the cash only. We're not here talking about financing a certain operation, but talking about investing also, because all these stakeholders also give value to those, again, financial investments, which are very much needed for startups. Are we ready? No. Absolutely, we were ready even before, but because it goes along. It goes also with giving know-how to startups, so nurturing, mentoring, call it as you want. But this is what every startup needs. Apart from money, which again, Ardian said can be obtained from those 3 Fs famous from Michael Gold, family, friends, and fools. You also have a possibility to, apart from, again, that financial aid or investment, call it as grants also, through different donors, you need time and knowledge as an investment from people who can give that.
Yeah, so this leads me to the next question. I will use your experience as a mentor. What should a startup founder know before approaching an investor?
Should know the investor.
How important is that?
Very. So it's not, I mean, even among ourselves, 1,000 euro from me or my company, or from Ardian, or from Leonora, are not the same value.
Or 100 euros from mine.
Or, no, it's not. So it's not talking about zeros here, but what the person also or investor brings. It's very important, especially for startups.
Is there anything else that they should know? I mean, Mr. Sorry mentioned that financial literacy and also understanding.
This is a short answer, so
sure.
it can be also a long answer, but I will stick to this answer.
Yeah, you can answer the same thing.
I would relate to the 3 Fs. I mentioned before that as a country, as a region, we're far behind the world. So in itself, it's a disadvantage, but it's also a very, very big advantage, and we can use it as a motivator. Why? Because of that, whatever startup we develop, the valuation of the company, whether we like it or not, is small. And this is a big advantage because we can attract investors from our country, our region, and the world. And basically, this is how I sell our country, our region to the investors. So it's a big plus. And what they should know, the young entrepreneurs, not young entrepreneurs, startups, they should know that they need to work hard and they need to be open to learning. I visited some of the young people yesterday, and I said, I like their ideas. And I said,
the ICK Innovation Fair, right?
Yes. I said, go on Google and search for the word, for the sentence basically, most common mistakes of startups. And right there, you will see what kind of mistakes startups make and see basically where you stand. See what kind of knowledge you don't have that you need to have. See what kind of competencies you don't have, and for each point that you identify, see what kind of options you have, what kind of solutions you have. Whether to find a person with those skills, knowledge, competencies, and make them a partner, or outsource those services, those whatever. So find that, and basically, that way you will be a complete company, a complete startup with more competencies, with more likelihood to succeed.
Okay, do we have local investors? You started mentioning that some of you, is there an investor community being built up here now after 10 years?
Here are investors, so.
Yeah, yeah. I will ask you what you do
Yes.
with the BRD then. So.
But I will leave to colleagues who already invested on
Okay.
startups.
Tell us what EBRD does for help. There's a couple of programs. Is the Startup Alliance that usually there's a call every year, I think, right?
Yeah.
How did that go? Then I'll switch to the gentleman.
I would rather switch so I can relate what we will do next
Okay,
on the
super.
program.
Okay.
So
Okay,
I would
I'll
like to
start.
hear from the local investors' point of view.
I know Artyom is doing something, but let's
Okay.
have Visar take on this.
As you said, I mean, here are investors, but also out there, local investors. Again, investors who invest time, and it's very important for a startup, not just to invest money, to invest time, to invest part of the knowledge, part of the experience, networking, all sorts of things. My whole history of entrepreneurship is based on partnerships. Here's my also partner from 25, 30 years ago, Dritan. So we started businesses as partners in 93 or 4, that old. I am, yes. So we are now continuing with another partnership, and in general we advocate partnerships, and that's what's also important when you think about the investors, because we are not talking about the financial institutions, not financing, but investing. When you invest, that means you're part of it. So partnerships are, and the concepts of partnership and, okay, with scientific language, the corporate governance. So the governance of the partnership is a very important thing, and that's one of the literacies or knowledges that startups has to have or know or be aware of when trying to, let's say, make an idea a company.
Artyom, they're signaling me that we have 4 minutes left.
Okay.
So
I'll use 3
Tell
and
us.
I leave 1 to
Yeah.
Leonora. So basically, Keiretsu Forum is one of the newest initiatives. It's an investor club. It's a global club with over 3,000 members as investors. And it has chapters all around the world. And for many years, it's been the #1 in terms of number of investments in companies in the United States. Just last year, they were second because of a group from Ireland that invested more. And we are bringing Keiretsu Forum to our region, not only Kosovo. So we will be covering Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia-Herzegovina, Serbia, Montenegro, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Albania, and Hungary. So 9 countries, and we will have approximately around 300 investors, all under the same umbrella, that startups can come and pitch for ideas. And it's good not only for Kosovo, but also for the region, because through an organization like this, an investor club like this, we not only put more money together, we put more experience together, we partner in investing, we put together our networks, our know-how, we lower the risk, One of us might know the industry better than another, or might know the entrepreneur better than another. So basically, we don't make mistakes in investing in the wrong company, the wrong sector, the wrong time. So
And the wrong people.
Yeah, it's good news, and hopefully this will boost further the involvement, the efforts of entrepreneurs to come up with good, profitable business ideas, and we all make money.
Thank you.
As EBRD, last year we started the Star Venture program, which is dedicated to high potential startups that they want from the Western Balkan region to go on the global market. What we do under this program, so this is every 3 months we do a call and startups apply, and then they are selected by a jury which consists of investment fund managers. And they select them. What we do with them is building their capacity. So we engage local consultants, international mentors, local mentors to support startups on preparing, let's say, their company to go beyond the local market. And also we try also to match them with investment funds that are available worldwide. What we will do as a next phase, that's what's the reason why I was asking colleagues to go first, it's that we want also local investors to be more proactive. So there are, but they are not formalized or as a groups. So what we will do next as a part of this program, as of next year, we will start building also local, let's say, investment or build capacities of local investors on investment funds and etc. And this is coupled also with revisions that we will do also on the regulatory side.
Sounds very promising. Thank you for coming today and sharing all this. I think we kept it short and sweet. We gave them all information. All you interested, you can reach to my colleagues here, and for more information you need. Thank you, all the sponsors and Kosa City for enabling this opportunity. And I would like just to tell you to stay longer, because there's a next speaker, is my dear friend, will talk about digital transformation and will share another information, a very important topic. Thank you. Peter.
Thank you so much. Fantastic. Wonderful. So we have now a better flavor, a bit of a better idea of the navigation path of what it's all about, certainly in the region and where we're going to in terms of startup investment. Right. So again, just to remind everybody, remember everything that happens today, everything that happened yesterday as well. If you've missed anything, or maybe you were, because this is naturally a festival and lots of things are going on simultaneously, if you've missed anything, remember on YouTube we've got absolutely everything. So everything from the moment we began right the way through of day one, and naturally right now it's streaming live on YouTube as well, so you can look back at anything at all if you missed anything or just want to recap a little bit about what happened and what unfolded throughout yesterday and today. You can do that a little bit later as well. Right, we move on now to our next speaker, who's just miking up right now as I speak. So, digital transformation. Okay, so we've got the perception versus the reality. Perception versus the reality. Next person here on stage, she's going to be sharing with you her perspective and really the differences and the similarities, and really how we can all kind of navigate and take our own perceptions of what those two things really mean and how they work together. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Professor and Digital Transformation Expert, Ms. Melinda Paccoli. Is that right? Paccoli or Pazzoli?
Pazzoli.
Pazzoli.
It's Pazzoli in Albanian. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. This is the biggest event in ICT in our country. And our country is small, but it's so big, especially when we talk about ICT. I would like to start with motivational example that I just experienced lately. I was in Italy and I needed to open a bank account. So when I went there, they told me, did you make an appointment online and an application online? And I said, no. Can I make everything online? No, you have to make the application online, you have to apply online, and then come back here so we can check for your documents. And I was like, really? Why should I do application online? Can I do it here, as I'm already here in your office? So let me fill up the forms and we proceed. No, I'm sorry, it's impossible. You have to do the application online and come back later for checking your documents. So, okay, I went outside in cafeteria, I filled up the application online, and then went to the bank office and provided all my documents to prove that it's me and whatever they needed to prove. So, digitalization in developed countries. So this is the case of developed country, but the digitalization was not what we would expect to be. So it is adding some value, but still it's complicating sometimes things. To give it a moral to this story is that in Kosovo here, we are not so far from this kind of digitalization, right? But maybe even further in many different aspects. So when we talk about digitalization, we just can not think so much about country concept. Are we developing country or we are developed country? So the difficulties, the complexity is everywhere. What we should think about is always looking at the best examples. So where we want to be, where are we now? It's good to have a realistic approach and be realistic with what is going on now and where are we now. But it's very important to also know where we want to be, where we see ourselves in future, where we see our country in terms of digital transformation. There is another story with an example with a French company. It's a huge, giant company that is producing production machinery. And suddenly they realized that producing machinery, so producing hardware, is not anymore something that they want to do. And they decided to switch from hardware to software. And now imagine, because in this room, I know you can all understand me, but if we go outside of this building, it will be hard for other people to understand. I want to buy a machine to produce something. I don't want to buy software to produce something. How can software help me to produce something? So this was a huge switch that this company did for themselves, first for their employees. So it was a huge obstacle, a huge challenge for inside what to do with, like the employees couldn't understand, couldn't get this point. Now imagine how it was to educate the client. But they succeeded and they eventually implemented this digital transformation, which actually brings us to this differentiation between digital transformation and IT-enabled organizational transformation. These two terms are the latest terms that are being in research topics and the hottest topics. So we want to see more than IT-OT, more than IT-enabled organizational transformation. We want to see digital transformation in terms of changing our business identity, our value. So sometimes at this point, we are working hard in Kosovo with the cases that I have in Kosovo. Companies are all the time working to add value using digital transformation. So they will add value to what they do, right? This is also a good starting point, but where we want to go is to change the identity of companies. It is like innovation, it's big picture of digitalization in order to be in more advanced steps with digital transformation. So what is digital transformation? From my experience, I'm sorry, I started right away with the examples. I didn't present myself. I'm professor at University for Business and Technology, and I have experience also in industry more than 13 years. My professional experience started in Politecnico di Milano when I was doing master's degree. So I continued some working experience in Italy, in Switzerland, and only after that I came back. Actually, I came back first to Macedonia, to Skopje, because I got married there, so I did some experience in Macedonia, and then came back to Pristina, to Kosovo in 2010. Being a digital transformation expert, and I also have PhD in ERP systems in IT management, so it had bring me this experience with different cases, different scenarios, different projects that I've been working with. But as I said, sometimes there are big differences with developed countries, but mostly there are not so big differences when you work with digital transformation in Kosovo or in developed countries. The challenges are, I can freely say, the same. Really, the challenges, because I also have a book published on the cases and the research that I did in Kosovo, and then this research was actually the same at the end, like a research from a researcher in Australia who did research on developed countries. So now imagine where is Australia and where is Kosovo, but still the challenges with digital transformation remain the same. The main point is top management. And now, if we want to speak about a government digital transformation, I feel on the safe side, because what I saw today and what I saw yesterday, government is fully prepared and equipped with the human capacity and also with willingness to proceed with the proper digital transformation. And also so at this point, I would say that we are fine with the top management, right? Also in businesses, in private sector, or everywhere, in the smallest company, if the top management is not the one who is so eager, so excited about changing, about implementing something new in their organization, it is very, very likely it will fail. It will not end up with something really good at the end. And although we speak about digital transformation so long time, like decades ago, but still there are many projects that fail. And it's just because this concept of what is really digital transformation and how it's actually perceived by people. I don't say by people who are here inside, but if we go outside, like 90% of people in Kosovo, when we speak about digitalization, they will say, yeah, I'm digitalized, I have a website. Or, yeah, I have a page on social media. Okay, that's great. Social media is very important. But if you don't maintain that page in social media, why do you need it for? Because if you don't have regular posts, if you don't have a strategy why you want to use the social media for, then it will end up with nothing. You have some technology, but doing nothing. Or you have a website, but no one can find you. Like if I search, I want to study computer engineering in Kosovo, and if your university doesn't come up on my first page of Google search, what's the point having a website? I cannot find you. Or I need software for HR, and I will search software for HR, and I don't see which company can provide me an HR application. So this is like thinking about beyond what is shown to us in a very, how to say, representative way, but not in deep details, what we need and how we need to use the technology in order to transform. And to transform, when I say about transforming, as we heard also before, Mr. Yagjiu, he said that it's not only technology. Actually, it's least about technology. It's mainly about people and about processes. So this is also my experience, and the research is also showing the same. And also the practice shows the same. If we don't manage people, if we cannot manage the change within the organization, first we should organize the processes, So if we first organize the processes, and then we should organize and manage change within the organization, within people. It's very hard to change because imagine in every organization, what are people dealing with when we come to them and say, from tomorrow we are starting this big project of digital transformation, and everyone is like this. If you just say, from tomorrow you're going to use Excel for doing your job, and they were not using, it will be also frightening for them. So it's like you are changing their way of working. And especially imagine now you are changing their process of working. If they used to take this paper, write down something and bring it to the manager, and the manager puts a signature, that was for them a process. But now you will tell them, no, you should give to your employee to apply for this, and you as a manager, you approve, and then you send this to your, I don't know, director, and director approves, and that's the final signature. It's another process. And it's difficult to tell them, they will say, yeah, but the employees, the lowest level of employees are not prepared to use technology. Believe it or not, from my experience, the least prepared people were much more into learning because they knew, they were afraid, they knew they don't know things, they are maybe older, and it's more difficult for them to grasp the news and the new way of technology, new using of technology. So they put much more effort in adopting and learning new things. I know that in majority we all think that elders cannot grasp this new difference, this new transformation, this new technology. But I'm talking from my experience in Kosovo with public organizations especially, because in private organizations, want it or not, somehow everyone will get involved and they will try to learn the processes and everything. In public organizations, here it's a statement, it's like famous statement that you will never lose a job. So either you work or not, you will not lose a job. So why should someone bother learning a new technology? But I'm seriously saying this from my I don't know, few months ago experience. This was also surprising because there were HR department and they were 5 women. The youngest one was something like 50 years old, the youngest one. And imagine, the oldest one was next year going to pension. It's like 64 years now. And they were working hard, but all staff, all colleagues were saying like, oh, they are older, they cannot learn, we are lacking we will be failing the project because they are not working. No, I said, they're working. Please, now you start working. It's now your time to start working and not complaining or not blaming someone. Because those women were really not so sure in themselves. They were also thinking that they cannot manage or it's too hard for them. So they were putting much more effort in order to grasp this new technology. And I'm telling this again, it's not only learning the new technology. It's not that you pass from Word to Excel or from Excel to Word. It's not you are learning something new. You are also changing the way you work. And for us consultants, this should be clear and understandable, and we should also put ourselves on the place of the client, on the other side. The good thing is that I also have been on the other side. So I was implementing a digital transformation project in a company which I was leading. And so I saw also the client side. Until then, maybe I was somehow biased, having this in mind that a client is so difficult to convince, the client is always complaining, but at this point, I saw also the client side. So now I feel quite more complete as a consultant because I can understand and I really push and put more effort in change management. So first, I put too much effort in organizing the processes, re-engineering the processes in a company or in an organization or in a public institution. So first and most important step is to start with the processes. After we get the processes, we continue with the implementation, and where we will also need very professional skilled staff. But from my experience, when you have engaged top management, you will also find skills. You will find people who will implement the correct solution and in a correct way. You won't you won't accept no for an answer, you won't accept failure for your project, because you are involved as top management. And then after that, it's very important during the implementation to be very focused and work hard on change management. And change management has to do also with the culture. The culture of the organization, the culture of people, of human being. We are human beings. We always get stressed when something new comes in front of us. Even in ICT companies, it's not that easy that you will find all the processes are digitalized. So even in IT companies like doctors, they heal others, but they don't heal themselves. So it's like a human being thing. It's not something that doesn't happen. But it's most important, being experts in this field, it's our social responsibility to bring up these topics, bring up these points, and discuss and also transfer what we know to the general knowledge and also to the public. It took us like more than 10 years to educate clients they will need digital transformation. When I came from Italy here, for me it was like this, like I don't know, a very cold shower on my head, because in Italy companies were running after you. Companies needed you, and companies knew what they need you for. They needed you for a digital transformation. Instead, when we came to Kosovo, we had to go and teach client and convince them they need digitalization, they need an ERP system, they need an HR system. But okay, they started implementing small systems like accounting system. In 2010, it was very common. Companies started to have accounting system, which was a big step. But accounting system itself, it doesn't communicate with any other system. So you will need to find data from this department, from that. It would take 1 month to gather data and then to reanalyze the data and put in a format of a report for, I don't know, for government, for management, or whatever. So until you get the data, management has already made, I don't know, dozens of decisions, which probably could be much better and much correct if they had informed data to inform them, and in this way they would do the informed decision making. So all these difficulties that I just mentioned, like we needed to educate also the government. The government, I don't know, the public institutions, I don't know if it has been 2 years that they started publishing some tenders or something to require digitalization. Until now, no one wanted. Some platforms you already mentioned were already implemented but never used. And what does that mean? A failure. If you implement something, if you adopt a technology and you don't use it, then it's a failure. It's a waste of money. Why should you should say, yeah, I got the project, I have requirements, so I did this requirement, I did this, tick, 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 all the requirements, final acceptance, and it's done. It's not done. It has just started. So you have just started the process, the whole process. After the final acceptance, you have to be, as a consultant, as a programmer, as IT support, you have to be all the time there with the client and with people to help them grasp this change. This is also a part of the change management, which is really important, as I said before. Another point that we deal with as a challenge in Kosovo is the legislation because now this is the next level, like higher level, when we implement great technology. Like Professor mentioned earlier, the bifocal lenses or even trifocal. I'm very happy to say that in Kosovo we have companies that implement really not less technology, but future technology in their businesses. But still they cannot use the whole potential of that technology because of the legislation. There is an eye hospital in Pristina which uses trifocal lenses here. And they have the latest technology machinery. They did really great digital transformation, but they cannot go further. They stop there. They can do what they are allowed to do. They cannot do research. They cannot go further. So when we speak about digital transformation, we should really think about something much bigger. Not about websites, not having, this is basic, this is what we must already have. Social media and websites are something we start with when we start a company. We need to think about research and development in healthcare, in ICT, in every field. So in order to continue with this nice development and be on the track with the world and with developed countries. This is like what I wanted to say. I will just check 1 second if I forgot anything. Yeah, so I just wanted also to mention that we have many small businesses. We are talking about small, medium business, but in Kosovo we really have too many small businesses. And supporting these businesses more than having just a website or social media is really important. And working with, because these small businesses anyway are opening new working places. Small, medium enterprises are something which is more easy to continue working than great corporations, because we are a small country and it's really hard to have big corporations and or to expect to have giant corporations. So there are many initiatives, and I've been working lately in few projects with small companies, helping them to digitalize, but we should never forget about thinking big, being innovative, and also advise companies to think in such a way. So transforming processes and sometimes even transforming the company identity will be something that will bring great return on investment or great development of the company. So I don't want to keep you more. I would like to wrap up with a speech that I had this opportunity to do today. So perception versus reality is very different, and also even in scientific point of view, it's all the time arguing what is exactly digital transformation. And none of digitization can make a business digitalized itself. It needs people, it needs processes, it needs many other factors. There are really, I mentioned top management, I mentioned change management, I mentioned people and technology, but these are not the only factors. Like, every project is individual and really needs a special concern and special understanding of how or what value the digital transformation will bring to this organization. So thank you very much for your attention, and hope to see you later in cafeteria and have a chat with most of you. Most of you I know, and some of you I don't know, but please feel free for any question you may have.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Melinda Pazzoli. Thank you so much. Again, it's not just about the tech. It's actually more than that, and actually more than that, looking at people, looking at the many different aspects and elements, change management, and many other things as well. What stood out for me as well is that sometimes, as a small business, you have to really move forward and really think big. You have to kind of change things, even changing the identity, really shaking up the foundations of what you're doing to actually move forward. Okay, I think it's time for, I think you deserve, I certainly deserve one, and you deserve one as well. We're going to have a break. We're going to have a nice networking break right now. Lots of conversations. There's coffee, there's food, and there's many other things as well. We'll be back here, COS ICT 2021 at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock, back here on the main stage. Stay there. Just make your way on. You are actually speaking next, aren't you? You're not members of the public who've just come on. I'm joking. No, stay there. No, get comfy, relax. Have a good view. They can see you, you can see them. Everyone at home can see you as well. Right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our next session. Hopefully you've had an enjoyable, delicious bite to eat and something to drink. And also, as I keep saying, these conversations, because that's what it's all about, this Festival of Technology, those conversations that hopefully start here. You never know, a small conversation here over time that actually leads to more conversations and then something that's quite a lot bigger down the road. Right, the latest innovation in the banking sector. The latest innovation in the banking sector, if I said that to you, what would you say? I'm sure in your mind you've got your own idea of what that could be, but literally this next session, this next healthy discussion is going to unfold out of the box what that actually is. Again, I'm more intrigued than you are perhaps on this one. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage the man who's going to navigate this healthy discussion. Here he comes, one of the, well, even better dressed than I am. Please put your hands together for Mr. Armal Sadiku.
Thank you. Does this work now? Yes? Everybody can hear me? Good. No? Yes? Yes. Okay. It was supposed to be 3.
No, actually, we are 2 of us here, and then
Awesome.
we have 2 of our guests online. Yeah.
Awesome. Okay. Welcome, everybody. I just arrived. I was not even in Kosovo, and this is a bit all strange, but I'm a senior person here, so I've been a speaker 2 times and a moderator many times, so it's fine. So this is not going to be about me, it's going to be about my guests, and I'm very honored to have them here. I know Mr. Agin for many years. He is one of the persons who helped the IT community in Kosovo more than almost anybody in the working in the government. And whenever we speak about government and IT, it's good to know that there are people who actually help. And we know each other for a long year as well,
Yep.
for many years. So it's a different moment, and it's a pleasure to have you here. I'm going to start with you, and maybe you can guide me a little bit through all of this. And I mean, digital banking is one of the most hottest topics in the world. We've seen investments all over the place. We've seen N26 just got almost $1 billion of investment last week. Was it last week, I think? And in Kosovo, we see so many fintechs now arriving from outside and investing here, also blooming from the inside. Can you share a little bit your experience from what you do in the bank, and what value are you providing the customers in the next years?
Yes, probably prior starting and touching a bit this topic, we have guests here from our IT provider company, which is Kipu, which are expecting us online, right, Renata? And they will talk about more globalization and digitalization and trends in the IT, from the IT perspective. So let's see if we can try and connect them. Yes, we have Andrei here, who will join us at this stage.
So it's Andrei and Petru, right? Is it okay if I'm calling you Andrei and Petru? Because either way, I'm gonna pronounce your surname wrong. So I guess it's just first name. We cannot hear them.
Can you hear us now?
Oh yes, we can hear you now. This is
Right.
the most famous quote of pandemics. Your microphone is on mute. So maybe we start with you, Andrei. Is that okay? Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about digital banking, what's going on in the world, what should the people here be interested to hear?
Thank you very much for the very fast introduction. First of all, let me say thank you for welcoming me here today. It gives me a great pleasure to speak to such a welcoming public and be part of such an interesting discussion. I would have really loved to be there present. I was in the beginning of the week in Pristina, but unfortunately the calendars did not align very well. And also I hope that now that lunch is over, we've got a couple of extremely exciting topics, which I'm pretty sure will wake up everyone. And I suspect that this is why we got this time slot assigned in the first place, to bring the public back in front in the first place. We could probably talk about days of what's happening in the world, and even more exciting in the world of technology trends in the banking industry. But first of all, let me tell you, I find it amazing really that we are living such exciting times to start with. Back in the early 2000s, when I started personally in IT and banking, this was not really a happy marriage. Banking was really about a large network of branches representing a solid physical presence for many customers and clients, the ultimate trust builder. Well, kind of normal also if you look at all the pyramid schemes and financial scandals, disappearing investment funds that plagued Eastern Europe throughout the 90s. Software and IT obviously were mostly about providing faster accounting, and cash was still very much the king, while tools such as cards or other payment instruments were mostly oriented towards either credit or considered a tool for luxury travelers. Almost 2 decades later, it's hard to imagine going to the bank or to the utility providers with a bunch of cash to pay a loan installment or to make a transfer or settle some bills. Globalization and technology advancements, particularly in IT, have changed the whole equation of banking. So what are the trends in the banking industry these days? To answer that, let's first look at what customers want. They want to be able to move their money whenever they need them in a fast and cost-effective and transparent manner without surprise fees and commissions. They want to be able to access them whenever they need them, at whatever time of the day or night and in any place in the world. They want to be able to access credit products that help them realize their dreams and fulfill their needs without leaving them over-indebted and jeopardizing their long-term well-being. And last but not least, they want, of course, to know that their money are secure where they left. So naturally, at first, leveraging on the power of evolving networks and the World Wide Web, all the banks went for using technology to fulfill these two first needs, the accessibility and the fast mobility of money. And hence, in the early second decade of the century, we saw a sprawl of cards, ATMs, e-banking platforms, integrations with various utility providers, all of these tools aimed at making the experience as frictionless as possible. In the background, ever more potent customer relationship management systems were put in place to help structure the newfound wealth of information available from scaling the number of transactions and being able to connect them with a huge number of pieces of other information. The single most important goal of this endeavor, provide the customer with the best service experience for each unique set of needs. In the second part of the second decade, when the mobile technology overtook the world, it enabled us to literally put the bank in everyone's pocket. And also throughout this period, technology helped revolutionize the world of security and preventing fraud, one of the major dangers to the trust relationship between the client and the digital bank. Complex, sophisticated systems were put in place to prevent unauthorized access to data and to help comb through the vast amount of information, looking for the needle in the haystack and raising alarms before it was too late. Regulations and sometimes very specific norms were put in place to make sure that banks uphold their duties to safeguard money that are entrusted with. In fact, for every dollar spent in technology, almost another one is spent in security, with just very few other industries having a higher ratio of security to operational IT cost. So with all these advancements in accessibility, mobility, and security of your money, what else is left for technology to do in order to support the banks to meet their customers' needs? Well, first of all, in this arms race to digitalize the access to banking services, many times the back office side of the processes and system was the collateral victim. Platforms were built over many years with ever-swelling accumulation of complexity, and making migration and technology to newer technologies risky, delaying the adoption of the newest advancements and increasing the issues and costs associated with operating a legacy infrastructure. Don't forget that in banking, the cost of cyber risk and those of operating the IT infrastructure play a significant role, particularly in the ability of the digital banks to bring cost-effective solutions to their clients. Banks that are going to be successful in providing great digital banking services in the future will have to conquer first their histories. While software as a service and cloud-based platforms represent here indisputably the best solutions to dealing with legacy IT, their adoptions, unfortunately, is many times slowed down by the piling data protection and supervision-driven regulations, but also sometimes by the vested interests in the world of on-prem IT. The onset of artificial intelligence and machine learning hails a new era in the terms of digitally assisted and automated decision-making, which will have significant impact to the banks in their ability to scale operations while maintaining a lean operating cost structure. Many opportunities derived from the usage of these technologies are set to unfold within the next decades. It's going to be exciting. Cryptography, a classical example of this being blockchain, or zero trust implementations on the principle of never trust and always verify, will pave the way for more secure and hence more trustworthy transactions of all kinds, not just digital banking, not just financial transactions, any kind of transaction. And speaking of dinosaurs and skeletons in the closet, complex banking regulations over the years led to accumulation of documents progressively more difficult to manage. So despite advancements in in transactional banking and digital banking, customers still have to make their way to the branches time and again for providing certain documents such as updating IDs, for signing contracts, or for any other type of face-to-face interaction, which is typically document-based. In the fast-paced digital world that we are living in, I know as a customer and from many other people around that there is little joy on the side of us for such visits to the branches. So this brings me actually to the main point of the discussion today. What if, after having put yesterday the bank in your pocket, tomorrow you don't even need to visit a branch at all? In the next minutes, my colleagues will show you how we in Kipu, the digital service provider for ProCredit Group, combine technologies to make that goal a reality, and then we'll also show you how that reality looks like in the context of ProCredit Bank Kosovo.
Thank you so much, Andrei. Thank you for your words. So basically, it's accessibility, mobility, and security from what I'm hearing. These are the important steps that you need to overcome to bring this new beautiful technology to our pockets in a way, because we have a machine which is extremely powerful now and we have access to the world. I have a very personal question for you. You've come to Kosovo a lot and you have a big operation here. How happy are you with the people that you have been training here and developing, and with their work ethics and stuff? This is something which I personally am concerned with, probably the people here are also concerned. Or maybe just to rephrase it a little bit, if somebody from Germany would ask you, like, would it be worth it to invest our engineering team in Kosovo, what would be your answer? Just be honest, it's okay.
So first of all, probably for those of you who are not yet aware, there is a very high probability that at least one of the plastic credit cards that is in your pocket or debit cards is produced by us, by Kipu in Shevčuka in Frankfurt, our personalization center there, which we have built over the last 20 years, and which we have also brought around this nucleus of the personalization, a lot of other resources. We love Kosovo, and we have the second biggest office in the world, biggest being in Frankfurt in the head office. The second biggest is in Kosovo, in Pristina here. And actually, the colleagues that are today in the audience and are also watching this interaction live know how proud we are of being there, being part of the growth of this extremely vibrant market, which provided us with a lot of very good talented people, and which is for us also a future development area. Besides Kosovo, actually, we have a very big group of colleagues that have moved throughout the years from Pristina to Frankfurt as well. So actually, Albanian is the second most spoken language in our head office after English, which is our lingua franca.
So me, hypothetically being a German investor or maybe a Scandinavian investor or something wanting to open an office in Kosovo, you would give us a green light, right?
I would give more than a green light. I would give a strong endorsement, and I would actually bet that this will continue to develop the labor market there in Kosovo, but as well the potential for future investment in the future.
Thank you so much. That's very nice to know. Maybe I would give the floor to your colleague, and I would like to know a little bit more from the group level about the developments and latest trends that are going out there. Petro, are you still with us?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, nice. Thank you so much, Andrei, again.
Thanks to you as well.
Hello, Petru.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the time and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you today. I hope that next time we'll meet actually face to face. We, as Andrei mentioned, we actually love to be there with you, but just the agendas didn't synchronize too well this time. As Andrei described, basically the idea that we have in mind in KIPU and in ProCredit Group is to leverage from the evolution of and progress in IT worldwide. And as Andrei mentioned, basically having a smartphone in the pocket today, that's the main entry point for the systems today. We start leveraging from banking, directly opening an app these days. In the context of what we're going to show to you today, we had several technical challenges also, where we wanted to leverage from the investments and experience security in our private cloud that we manage, but in the same time use public clouds, also as Andrei mentioned, to scale the systems, to scale the possibility to allow people to reach the systems from wherever is the location, and in the same time make sure that the technologies that we use, and you'll also see in the demonstration, which allow us to extract different information from the ID that you use during the process of onboarding, recognition of that information using machine learning. That was, again, something that we wanted to leverage out of the public clouds. So the final architecture of the system that we managed to put in place allowed us to interconnect several worlds, let me put it like that, in order to create a scalable system which, through the smartphone these days, would make the interaction with the customer in order to enter into the banking digital environment by opening finally, basically, an account. As we previously mentioned, we are very proud of being in Kosovo, considering that we have very skilled team out there. And together we basically managed to put together with business such a mechanism which allows us to be, I believe, the first in the market, and this helped us a lot to understand, to learn, and in the next months for sure we'll learn even more about the experience that people get out of the system.
Thank you. I think you were one of the first and maybe the only companies that set up their own data warehouse solution. I think completely was built from scratch. Is that true?
Well, yes, let me put it in this way. Basically, what we wanted to make sure that anytime when there is a specific opportunity, we want to make sure that we analyze properly what are the options in the market and choose the right direction. And we will all the time look in options which will allow us to guarantee the services independently on where they're going to be used, how they're going to be used, and data in a nutshell will be the main information that we're going to look into. And as you mentioned, data warehousing solutions, again, this is something as of a great interest for us.
Yeah, it was a surprise for me when I started to do some research about data warehouse, and then KIPU showed up like on the first few replies from Google, which made me pretty proud. Thank you so much for your time. I'm gonna go back, and then if I have more questions, I'll come back to you again, okay?
Thank you.
So to come back to the public, opening an account, a bank account in Kosovo is used to be one of the most, let's say, boring processes out there. It took a lot of time. It was sometimes too much for most of the people. And then pandemics hit, and it became almost impossible to do that because you had to go there to sign 200,000 papers, to show them your ID, to show them your birth certificate, marriage certificate, house certificate, electricity. It just got too long. And what one of the banks in Kosovo did is they created for the first time the online bank opening process. And our guest is going to tell us a little bit more about it because it is the first probably in the region, or especially in Kosovo, yes? And to show us the benefits and the whole strategy, how it came to life. Thank you so much for being here.
First of all, I would like to thank you all for giving us the opportunity to share the experience of 100% account online opening in our bank. I will explain a bit the customer experience, how the process goes. Probably in the back you would see the know-how video as well, but I will explain it in brief details what we have to do for reaching to the account opening 100% online. So first of all, what the client has to do is simply download the mobile application of the bank, be it on iOS or Android, and we'll continue the process of applying from there. So
Is the app online now?
Yes. So
how can they find it? What should they type? Just ProCredit Bank?
Yes, ProCredit Bank Kosovo. You would download the app, and then on the first screen you would see the opening of the bank account button. The clients can simply just click there, and what we have requested from them is some basic information, not to make the process boring. So there are only a few information that clients will type in. And then we'll continue the process of registering, attaching ID front and back. And from there, the process will start to the next phase, which is video identification process. So after attaching these documents, video identification process will start. And here I would like to mention a fact that clients will get connected with our contact center advisor, and we'll have this reaction with a bank staff in order to explain a bit more in details the process, to explain to the clients the benefits of the account.
Is it going to be a video call or a text-based?
It is a video call. It is a video call. We would see in the video as well afterwards. Then the clients, after this discussion that we'll do with a contact center advisor, will finish the process of video onboarding. It's worth mentioning probably here that prior starting the video identification process, there is a verification process which is done. We will require, or we will send an OTP, a one-time password, via SMS to the phone of the client, which was registered in the beginning of the process. And then we will continue the next very important step, which is electronic signing of the agreement. So we are saying that we came to the point that we agreed. We discussed with the clients. We will continue the relationship with the bank, and then we will come up to the signing process, which is a very important step, I would say, and which makes the process very innovative, I would say, in Kosovo as well. One thing probably, just so I explain it a bit, you would see in the video as well that after the video onboarding process, there would be a short code, a number, which will be shown to the clients just in case if there is an interruption on the process, accidentally client closes the application, or there is an internet interruptions. With that short code, client can continue the process afterwards
At the
from
same
where
place.
they left.
Yes.
Just so we make it
Convenient.
a better customer experience process in this case. So we said that we would be here the process of a signing process. I mean, there will be a banking service agreement shown to the clients. He will have time to read it, accepts it, as well as he can download it on his phone and just keep it for future references. The bank here will issue the digital certificate for this process. Again, here there will be a request for a OTP. One thing to mention here probably that we are, as a bank, we issue certificates on behalf of a company which is on the list of EU trusted providers. So we issue signature on behalf of them. Client will have to fill in the OTP in the form where he was leaving the process. And then from there on, when the process is completely finished, the account is active. So the process is very easy and simple as we used to have our services. Account is active immediately. Client can use for immediate transfers. They even have their e-banking username and password, which will be sent to them via SMS. They can log in immediately to e-banking. They will have an access at mobile banking applications. So they will simply do feel the experience of banking with us immediately. At the same time, the card, their plastic card, will be processed and delivered at their homes within a few days. So the process, it's very smooth, I would say. We could see it probably even on the video, and you can see it yourself that what it takes is max 15 minutes, but not more than that. We might show it here with a voiceover, so I think it would be clear for all of us here.
100% online. Shkarkoni aplikacionin mobil ProCredit Bank Kosova në App Store dhe Play Store. Shtyp, hap llogari në bank. Plotësoni parakushtet dhe vazhdoni me vendosjen e të dhënave tuaja personale. Fotografon ID-n në të dy anët. Dhe vazhdo hapat në vijim. Kontrollo të dhënat tuaja dhe shtypni vazhdo. Presni derisa të gjenerohet numri unik I aplikimit. Ruani këtë numër, sepse do t'ju shërbej për vazhdim të procesit më vonë nëse shkëputet lidhja. Shtypni fillo video bisedën, ku do të kontaktoni direkt me këshilltarin e bankës. Ju lutem të keni afër ID-n dhe një faturë. Pas përfundimit të video bisedës, presni derisa procesohen shënimet dhe kaloni në fazën e fundit të procesit dhe shtypni vazhdo. Pranoni certifikatën digjitale për nënshkrim digital. Pranoni marrëveshjen për shërbime bankare dhe shtypni vazhdo. Shkruani kodin e sigurisë që ju dërgohet me SMS. Shkarkoni dokumentet tuaja. Shtypni përfundo. ProCredit Bank.
Yeah, and this is how easy the process is for 100% account opening online.
The security code was same with somebody else security code that was used in, you know this name? Well, no, it's somebody if they know it. What will the app be used besides this? So people will it be connected to the mobile banking app?
Immediately after.
Immediately.
So
So they don't need to disregard the app?
No. No, immediately after they can bank with us freely. I mean, they have access in e-banking, m-banking, Their username is written on their banking service agreement. They can save the banking service agreement on the phone, so they have the bank on the pocket.
Nice. I'm going to come back to you again,
Yeah.
but since we're talking about digital signatures, maybe we should go to my friend. You are kind of my friend, you know. So, from the government, the only person I know in the government. I mean, we have so many things to do as a country in digitalization and education of young people and many, many others, as we discussed many times. But digital signatures is one of those critical things which is keeping businesses, if I can say, keeping businesses from growing. What is the current state?
Thank you, Ermal. It's a pleasure to be with you and with all these people. Maybe 70% of them I already know, since I'm working for a long time in the government, and with Stick and with Ms. Chavoli and Sachiv and Vadon and all others. So I was invited in this 10th edition to speak in 4 panels, but I choose this one. And ProCredit Bank invited me because they also considered that I was a kind of supporting development of online services. So what government is doing and what government should do, in my opinion, and based on my experience, more than 18 years in the government, I think that at least what the government should do is to draft proper legislation and proper infrastructure. That's at least. But now government is in many sectors taking a proactive role in providing services as well. So after market liberalization and broadband development in Kosovo, I think that this issue of electronic identification and digital wallet and electronic signature creation and everything else is most important project in the next period. So what are we concretely doing? I hope tomorrow in the Parliamentary Commission for Economic Development will be the last meeting to clarify to the parliamentaries about the law. So I do hope that end of November we will have the law, primary law on electronic identification and trusted service in electronic transactions. So, but this law per se is necessary to be associated with other secondary legislation. And we are working at the same time with Austrian ADA through Access Project to develop secondary legislation. So first we need law approved by the Parliament, and we will need immediately to launch secondary legislation. That will go through very fast. So what will this law regulate? This law will regulate electronic signature and conditions how to use electronic signature, electronic certificates, qualified certificates. What else? Electronic identification. After that, you have electronic means and electronic schemes. So these are some notions that this law will regulate. Okay. I thought a gentleman is asking me something.
Yeah.
After the law, after the second legislation, we were successful, and we were very happy that European Commission supported the government through IPA 2019 with 4 million euros to create a complete national electronic identification system. So we are working with the Commission, with the office here, with the European Commission in Pristina, to launch the TORs at the latest in January. That's how I was told next year. So in next year, it will be a top issue how to go further with the system, with the electronic identification system. But things are not easy, and I see 2 things, and based on an analysis done by the Commission project, that we need to have a kind of awareness raising into the population, but also to develop services. So I am very happy that ProCredit Bank already started to develop a proactive role on developing services and being a trust service provider, kind of trust service provider. But with this law, things will be more regulated a bit, and all the information will be public. So we will need to work together with the private sector in order to raise awareness, as I said, and develop services. Without raising awareness and developing services, system can be there, but not used at all.
It can be a chicken and egg problem because companies are not developing services because the law is not there, and the law is not there because there are not enough services. So somebody has to step up the game and to bring it there. So you're saying if in November, if the law passes, then what is the next phase?
So next phase is secondary legislation with regard to regulation.
Okay.
And immediately after that, launch of TORs, terms of reference, for creating a national system for digital identification. And after that, based on digital identification, we can create electronic identification means and schemes in order to use everything what's there, joined with the digital identification. So these are plans, and I do hope that everything is planned properly, and we go smoothly. But as I said, we need to see how to prioritize some sectors in order to use system as soon as possible. So we're considering that the financial sector is more ready than other sectors to use it. And especially, I was talking to the Banking Association and ProCredit Bank and other banks. Almost every week they are coming to my office and discussing, because it's a new area and it's not easy to understand all these things. But also tax administration, Kosovo Customs are really waiting for the law and for the system. So we do hope that this financial part will, let's say, take a lead on providing services, and if financial part will be ready and will provide services, after that it's very easy, because things that are connected with the money, and you are successful on that, there is no problem after that. So this is the plan. This is everything realistic. It's not a political, declaration, but I am talking what we did and what are real plans, what we need to do.
Thank you. I hope it goes smooth, because companies are really struggling for these things, especially for innovation and new services to come alive. So I mean, after this, I guess PCB can be called the most digital bank right now in Kosovo. My clients, who are not you, are going to be mad about this, so I hope they're not watching. It's another bank. What else are we expecting from credit in the next years in regards to digitalization? I mean, we see a lot of competition from new fintech companies. What are the plans?
Actually, we've been pushing digital strategy a lot prior pandemics. But here I would like to say that pandemic was a sort of a period that was pushing not only younger generation, but clients of all ages into the digital world, and it was mandatory for the banks to continue the digitalization process. So now we are saying that the digital banking is here. We've been through a lot, and having in mind the latest trends and the development on the technology, we seek forward to looking innovative and to bring to the clients a latest, easy, convenient services, I would say. We have a full support of our IT provider company, which is Kipu, and I believe that we have to offer a lot, secured services, I would say, and in a very convenient way. So we have in our pipeline, we have a lot of activities to do for the year to come. We will continue enhancing our digital channels that we have, and as well enhance and boost the services, the current services that we offer. So the digital ecosystem strategy that the bank is pushing further is to really reach this end point where we offer a secure channels for our clients, saving time for them while banking with us, and as well use our skilled and specialized staff to be like a backbone of the strong client relations that we have. So you would see a lot from ProCredit on the years to come. And I really hope that everybody is enjoying and trying to open a ProCredit bank account 100% online. So we will see you there.
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe we should have some questions from the audience. Is there anybody that can help me with any of the questions? My friend. Hello, Farbar. So Farbar is, I should call you doctor now, right?
Well, officially you should, yes.
Yes, yes. In Germany, you respect that.
Extremely.
Extremely. So,
No,
Dr.
you can
Dr.
call me
Bardi, the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot. Maybe for some of you who have been in the past COS ICTs, maybe we had the chance to meet. I'm very pleased to hear your talk. Thanks a lot from both of the speakers and from the previous speakers. I remember in my first invitation to join COS ICT 2018, I actually talked about the particular topic of EIDs and EIDAS, and I'm more than pleased to see that there has been a development since then. Maybe for the transparency of everybody present, I would like to emphasize that Kosovo already has one electronic ID system, and I am aware, and I have been also talking to Mr. Agim Kukay about the current project of basically designing a new EID system. I'm still, maybe we'll do a little bit provocative question.
It's normal from you, it's okay.
Yes.
It's,
I like to do a little bit, let's say, challenging question. Has there been any feasibility study, let's say, of what is the benefit, what was the challenges of the current EID scheme in Kosovo, which is existing and which we know most of the people already have an electronic identification means in their pockets, and what the cost would be to actually migrate and to design and implement a system from a beginning? What was the main motivation behind this? Thank you.
the question is for you, Doctor? For who?
For Mr. Agim Kukay.
For Mr. Agim. If I can answer it, and then I'll give, I think the biggest enemy of innovation is feasibility study. It's always these feasibility studies that are stopping us from doing innovation. And sometimes you just need to do it and stop thinking about feasibility studies and cost effectiveness. And true. I know, but innovation goes over that. I'm trying to make the floor mine when I shouldn't. Sorry.
I'm talking about EID schemes, which we know they take a lot of time to develop. They are a sensitive part, and we see, we talked about trust. And I completely agree with Mr. Kukay that we can learn a lot from other countries how we can build trust. And perhaps banks are a very important part in our country. We have also to see who can actually issue trust. And certificates are very similar, very related to trust. But my question is, if we want to invest time and money in a new project, what was the challenge with the existing one?
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I mean, simply, we have these ID cards for a long time, which are not used. And even though there are some means inside these plastic cards that can be used for electronic signature and for identification. However, we are lucky that we have good preconditions in the Ministry of Interior that all informations are there, you know. We will just use informations to develop a kind of scheme which is more modern, more easy to use. I mean, it was shown sometimes that these card readers are very expensive and not very feasible to be used. But still, we didn't decide yet how to go and how to, let's say, make this national architecture, and based on what. That would be the matter of discussion between us. Personally, I think that since things are going mobile, things are going through smartphones and proven enough secure, And there are some signs that even Estonia, who is pioneering in this EID based on plastic cards, their system is compromised. I think that after the discussions that we have in the ICT community and with the people, and we will decide how to go further. Current systems that we are having need to be upgraded for sure. That I know for sure. And it will need a lot of other elements that are not more expensive than the new one that we are pretending to build. So this is my position, but we didn't decide. This is not my project. This is a nationwide project. We are just trying to organize community in the proper way to have a national consensus. What would be the easiest way to use electronic signature, most secure, and that will make life easier to the citizens and businesses. So these are three, let me say, principles that we have to consider. Technicalities, because today we don't have enough time, technicalities are maybe for later on, so we can talk about it, but that's our position for now.
I think we spent almost more time than we should have. Just so you know, Bart is one of the top experts in cybersecurity.
Yep.
I just like to joke sometimes because he's a friend. Thank you so much, Bart, for your question. Thank you so much for your time. I thank you for Andre and Petru. I don't know if they are still there, but I still think that those three words that you said, that people need access to money, they need their money to be mobile, and they need their money to be secure, are the three pillars. I'm going to steal that from you, just so you know. I'm going to use it when you're not here. And those are the three pillars of the digital banking the next years, and banks should start to provide value to customers, not just digitalization, but value. And those three things are the biggest value we need. Thank you so much for everything and for you for listening and being here.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator. Right. What will happen right now, we will mic up all our next panelists here on the stage. As they do that, just to let me remind you, so this isn't my first time to Kosovo. I'm always delighted to be asked to come back to the country. So I was in, I think, 2016 and 2017 in Pristina for KOS ICT, those 2 years. And I remember the last time I was here, essentially what happened was there was I was at the hotel, staying at the hotel in Pristina, which was fantastic, and I went down for breakfast, looking like this, ready for, naturally, for the day ahead, hosting the day at the KOS ICT. And a gentleman who was also another speaker, I think from the Czech Republic, when he looked at me, he actually said to me as I came down into the breakfast hall, there are no plates. He said to me, there are no plates. And I was hungry as well. And so I said to him, don't worry, I'll sort this out. So I went to the restaurant manager. I said, there are no plates. Can we have some plates? He brought some plates. He was in the queue, queuing up and filling up his plate. I was doing the same. Fantastic. I then realized a little bit later on, because he said to someone else, he said, as soon as he saw me on stage, he said, my word, these people from Kosovo, they do everything, not just restaurant managers, not just waiters, but they also MC stages as well. He thought I was a waiter. Now, do I look like a waiter? Maybe some of you will look, I can see some of you nodding. Maybe I do. But essentially, he thought I was a waiter, a restaurant manager, and the MC, which was kind of strange. So, so if anybody asks me for coffee, don't ask me for coffee, get your own. Right. I think we're ready now to move on to our, it's true story. I think we're ready now to move on to our next session. So this is all about women entrepreneurism and its impact in the industry. I'm really interested to see how this discussion is going to unfold, because we've certainly got some distinguished panelists who have naturally got their voices, and they want to share their voices right here today on the stage. So please welcome to the stage the man, again, who's going to make sense of this healthy discussion moving forward. I'm sure you probably know who he is. You've seen him many times before. I met him 4 years ago as well. Please put your hands together for Mr. Alaetin Berisha. I'm getting good at pronunciation. I'm even surprising myself at how well I speak Kosovan.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Welcome. I wouldn't expect in a Saturday afternoon we will have still so many people here in the room. It means there is still so much interest, and especially for our panel, which I think it's, well, perhaps the best you've seen so far. It's my great pleasure to invite the panelists. I will start with Donieta. Donieta Saciu from Rota. Arta Shehu Zaimi from Labbox and J-Coders. Zana Tabaku from Updeck. Zana Budima, I forgot which company you are now. SQA Consulting, Southeast Europe. Okay, as you can see, I have a very interesting jacket because I thought, you know, being in the middle of 4 very successful ladies, I have to stand out somehow, and this was the only way I could do it. So I hope at least to some extent, I made it through. Thank you so much. We will start maybe from short introductions. And a perspective on our topic today. And we're talking about an extremely important topic about women entrepreneurship. Although in our panel we have very distinguished leaders of the industry, of the tech industry, we will not focus only on tech. We will go beyond that because I think it's important to understand that women entrepreneurship is an important topic in general, not just focusing on tech today. We'll start perhaps with Donieta, since she's also our chairman of the board of STIC.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thanks everyone for coming and staying in. I hope you enjoy this panel. It's interesting and I'm so happy that you're moderating it and you're having us all here. Apart from being president of the board at STIC, you've heard me opening the event yesterday. I am the partner and CEO at Rota for the past 10 years. I work at Rota with a group of designers and developers that are at their best. Apart from that, I'm also involved in other organizations with the idea and the goal to help put as much women as possible in this community and also share stories, share challenges, share opportunities, and help them get the information they need in order to be as close as possible to the community and go on from there. I'm involved also a bit in education, so I'm part of the board at RIT Kosovo, returning as an alumna. My goal there was now at AUK RIT Kosovo, we have the engineering program. So my main goal there was, as an alumna, to make sure that there is a new program for all the new generations coming in and wanting to study engineering. And then I'm also involved at Venture UP, which is an incubator within the University of Pristina. I am the board chair as well, but I also helped it build for the last 4 years. And our goal there was to enable students from the University of Pristina to get the necessary skills, the necessary information to help them monetize the ideas they might have, along with a whole spectrum of partners. At BCC, I'm also involved as a consultant, and there I've had a chance to work closely with mentorship of a wide group of women entrepreneurs around Kosovo, and women entrepreneurs that have no idea what tech world is. They are in So from different places in Kosovo and different ages. They are well established in their families, in their communities, from the cities they come from, and they have these whole range of ideas that have nothing to do with tech. And our goal was always to help them understand the benefits of being involved in the tech community and how that can help them grow as a business, and of course then all together have a greater impact. My perspective on the impact we were discussing in details now, but I think that from this position, I would like to be as sincere as possible, as transparent as possible in sharing our stories and telling what's possible and telling that you have time, even if you haven't been an engineer, because from all the other 3 colleagues here that are engineers, I'm not an engineer. I come from the business education background, but yet again, in the last 10 years, I'm a part of a tech agency and part of the tech community. So regardless of whether you are studying or you're thinking of studying it, they are at some point in time in your future, in your business, you will most definitely be connected to the tech world. And it's crucial for you to be open to understand that from the perspective of your business and how you can grow.
Thank you so much, Donita. I mean, I'm so glad to have these women here today with us, inspiring, and I'm also even more glad to see that I think in the audience we have now around 50%, which I think shows the long way we've come, but obviously it's still a long way to go that we have ahead of us. Arta, let's learn a little bit about you, and then what's your perspective in terms of as a woman in entrepreneurship?
Thank you, Aydin. It's really a pleasure to have the opportunity to discuss this topic today in the panel. First of all, because I guess we all experience it in some way, and I think it's a shared interest to see women be successful in our communities in general. And discussing this shared interest of all of ours, I really hope to add value to this discussion. I'm an engineer by background. I worked for 8 years for a bank. After that, I had three kids. And my children have inspired me to start a business. I initially started by creating a coding academy here in Kosovo, J-Coders Academy. That was my first entry to entrepreneurship, and I kind of fell in love with being able to create companies and bring people together towards common goals and offering new services where, in my case, was lacking from the public education system here in Kosovo. I was very proud to see many kids go through our training programs and gaining the skills in technology by kind of shifting their mindset from being users of technology to actually creators. They learned how to code, how to design, how to build games and applications. And from the beginning, even though a little bit intuitively, I would say, my team ended up being a team that at all points, we had over 70% of women hired in J-Coders. I must say this has been a natural selection, but I'm really proud to see that happen and contribute to that way. The topic of inspiring more girls has then become increasingly more important for us. And we've put special programs within the academy to bring and raise interest of girls towards tech. As I got kind of deepen into the topic, the perspective that I would like to share with you today is that I think there are many factors that contribute to the reasons why girls and women do not enter tech initially and then entrepreneurship as a second stage, I would say. The factors would include social and economic status. A lot of families do not have the opportunity to maybe invest in all of their children, and then they naturally choose the boys. Girls are, I would say, a little bit more, they want to be more compliant to what their families are teaching them, and then breaking the barriers of doing something that they didn't see happen in their families a little bit harder. these are some of the reasons where we kind of see also a lack of encouragement, a lack of support, a lack of opportunity to be involved in these fields. And I think that overall these are resulting in numbers where we continuously see a deficiency of girls and women being involved in these kind of jobs. I think there's been a lot of work done by a lot of organizations to try to tackle this important topic, but at the core of what we all have to do is, I guess, continue to speak, continue to emphasize the importance, and continue to create new opportunities that will help girls and women understand this importance. Yeah.
Thank you, Marta. Zona Tabako. We have two zonas. I mean, we were thinking if we had three, it would be even more interesting.
What about four?
That would be too much.
Okay. So they all know me. No, I've been typical answer. So yeah, I was in the panel in the morning. That's why I'm saying they all know me. So I am Zona Tabako. I am a co-founder and CEO of Updeck. It's a software development company. I started in my tech career. I was studying something else and then dropped out and went to study programming. After 4 years working in a company in Kosovo, I founded my own company. Since then, I've been mentoring. I've been doing a lot of mentoring because back then, when I started the company 12 years ago, there was so less women in IT. And now I'm glad to see that the percentage is really higher. And I'm glad also to say that also in Updeck there is 40% of staff are women. So I'm rooting for women to go more in ICT field and entrepreneurship. And what I've been doing these past few years, I've been working with COS-ICT and with STIC in encouraging and mentoring women to pursue ICT career. I also worked in a project. We have a project together with Spend and Eldita, Junior Geeks project. That's a project for youth, and it's also a project for youth to guide them to go in ICT careers. Besides that, we also have a module there, entrepreneurship. We teach also entrepreneurship, which Zona is mentor of that topic. And we've been trying to mentor kids from youth how to do the entrepreneurship. So they all started, Zona can talk more about that in her time. So we had 15 years. They started their own fiction company and they started selling products. So it was an activity within Junior Geeks, and it was really inspiring for all young children and especially women, because also in Junior Geeks participation there were percentages like 50-50, if I'm not wrong. So this is, yeah.
Very modest, very modest.
Well, thank you for the introduction, Zana, and for all of your perspectives on what you said, and for, of course, inviting me to this. I will give a different perspective on this topic. I will try to focus on the role of mentoring, the role of having social networks, the role of networking in this entire entrepreneurship story. So for those of you, you know Zana, but for those of you who don't know me, my name is Zana Budima. I am a passionate executive. I'm a digital transformation expert, and I lead an amazing team of people for SK Consulting Southeast Europe. It's a consultancy company, and we specialize in digital transformation and process automation, and of course, product development. My background is, academic background is in engineering and in management. With this mixed with 15 years of experience in different roles in profit and non-for-profit sector has given me a unique perspective to teach, support, and create trainings for youth that are, and people who want to join this entrepreneurial story, and in general just want to make their objectives and their goals real. So this is in brief. We will have more discussion looking forward.
But I want to stay with you, Zana, if I may, with a kind of a dummy question, as we always start these, I mean, except for Ermal, who's on the smart side. You know, although we have seen, especially in tech, we have seen an improvement in a sense, there were more women involved, but in general, there's still much less women involved in entrepreneurship in general, unfortunately, than men. Why? I mean, what are some of the, I would say, obstacles and challenges that we still face?
Yeah, well, to answer this, I'll start maybe with just an overview of the market in general. So the women participation in the Kosovo market is quite low. From the 79% that are inactive, and from the percentages that is active, around 36% is unemployed. So this is a general situation. Now let's take it on the ICT sector. Women represent around 25% of the workforce in the ICT sector. And these positions are usually in more of supporting roles, if you will, so HR, recruitment, admin, finance, and well, a number of those is also in project management and quality assurance. So a lesser percentage of that is actual engineers that do work in product development and in teams, and even a lesser percentage is in decision-making and C-level positions. So this is how the market is currently. And if the question is why, Arta mentioned that there are a lot of economic, technological, political factors that impact this. I'm just going to mention some that I think are worth mentioning. We have the lack of information, and we've discussed this before joining the panel here. It's lack of information, gender analysis that would ultimately feed to policy creation. And this, of course, will ultimately aid or support gender budgeting, so creating budgets that have gender perspective to that. So this is one. The next one is, again, maybe lack of funding, or if there is funding, there is a disproportion of how that funding is dispersed or how it's distributed. We have lack of information in the sense of this sector is tend to be seen as male-dominated. So we need to change this idea that this is a male-dominated industry. There's nothing that stops women from entering. It's not labor-intensive, it's skills-intensive and knowledge-intensive, which is something that women excel at. So, and of course, there are a lot other factors like biases and support from families. Just an interesting statistic that I found recently is 44% of women feel that they're not encouraged or supported to enter this field. And this is, I mean, this, if you consider it in this, how the women of role, how women are perceived as the caregivers inside the family, that just adds to this. So this is what I think are the most prominent, maybe, reasons why I think Daniela wants to.
What I wanted to add is that we should be realistic. So I completely agree with everything. Just to add to that is that this situation is very similar to in the regional perspective. It's very similar in Europe. It's very similar in the States. I had chances to meet a lot of course, businesses from my position at Rota, and they were all surprised to see a woman leading a tech company. So even German companies, Swiss companies, don't have enough women engineers or women in general leading teams in the tech. It's relatively new in that sense, and I think what we are all trying to do here and inspiring is that by being role models, and just not role models for being successful, because we've all here had a lot of failures before being here, and it's okay to fail and it's okay to be wrong, and just to understand the impact of it, but still to not lose the courage and to be discouraged and to let it there and not continue further. I think what just and I recall also hearing in the past entrepreneurship panel that mentioned that they had support from their family in terms of their family heritage, so giving access to finance, which is still also a statistic that we are a society in transition still, and I hope we will not be for long in transition. Maybe our children, nephews, are going to have a different ecosystem here, but still that is important, because access to finance is one of the top things that discourages women out there in Kosovo to kind of just pursue their dream or the idea they have, because they don't have enough financial support from their family, they don't have any heritage they can take on, and then they need to go to the banks. So we're missing an address where they can go and can ask these kinds of questions. Of course, there are a lot of initiatives around that help get this information through, but we still need to improve in terms of propagating and in terms of disseminating the information that it's there, so that all these interested women know.
Thank you so much. Very, very interesting perspectives. And I think if we're to really change things, we have to plant the seeds early on. And Zana, together with Eldita and Spend, they've been running a very, very interesting, inspiring project I would call Junior Geeks. And I wanted to know a little bit your perspective, working with those young people, and especially young women, young girls. What do you see as a challenge from their perspective? I mean, how can we make them think entrepreneurship as a career choice, as well as tech and engineering? I mean, you met them, you met so many of them, you met so many parents as well, I think. So just wanted to see what is their perspective and what is going on there.
Junior Geeks, I think the youth, because Junior Geeks targets youth from 15 to 18, high schoolers. So I see a different youth from what I've seen 10 years ago. So they have a different mindset. They are more prone to these careers because they know the importance of technology. They just don't have access to information. They don't have access to network to know what's out there, what's in the universities, what universities offer. Because I mean, when you're young, when you're 16, you don't care much about to go and read everything. So you have to serve it to them. You have to open their eyes and tell them that this is the future for you and this is for future for everybody. Also in the parent side, it was really interesting because we got so many comments from parents, from Junior Geeks participants, and they were really all happy. They said that the program had a really good impact in their life, in their everyday life, not just the career choice, because there was socialization between them. They met with different municipalities, because I think this also we have this division because everything is happening in Pristina, and less initiatives are taken in other parts of Kosovo, which is bad. That's why we included 9 municipalities in Junior Geeks, so we can include everyone.
So into this point, I want to go back to Donieta, if I may. What is offered? So what is it now out there that women, potential, or let's say prospective women entrepreneurs can benefit from?
There are a lot of initiatives, as I mentioned, that the main goal precisely is promoting opportunities for women entrepreneurs, helping them understand the challenges and the opportunities, and be part of these network groups. But what has been missing is a more structured or organized group that is an address, serves an address for this kind of exactly women entrepreneurship. We have a lot of separate initiatives going on, but they lack communication with each other, and I think my call here will be we need to have a more centralized approach to it. We need to have a more centralized approach to it from the government, from the organization, from the community, from the business sectors, etc. So we don't have a database right now. We don't know how many women have been trained altogether for a specific skill. We don't know how many women, so for the last 10 years, what are the results of that? We can see it, so somebody that has information sees it, and someone that doesn't even have access to it, and they don't even know that somebody like you did that maybe 2 years ago. So we need to centralize all of this in an address. And this is one of the initiatives that we have undertaken. So we have formed a cluster, which is Women in Tech Kosovo. It's still in a very, very early stage. So we don't have yet a website and the statute and everything else, but we're working on analysis in the background so that we create this cluster properly as a structure. Then, of course, it's Women in STEM Kosovo, another cluster that is created. Then it's Women in Business. So all of these then have to have a centralized point so that women out there can have an address to it.
Absolutely, because what I've heard as well and what we read recently is that especially post-pandemic there has been so many initiatives, mostly from civil society organizations, empowering women entrepreneurs. There is a bit more out there. However, there is still an asymmetry of information and lack of information. I think that the women don't always, people in general don't always find because it's very decentralized. Now, Arta is running, is growing a global business in education from Kosovo, as a woman from Kosovo. It's a very interesting and inspiring case. And I'm sure it's not so easy, and it hasn't been so easy so far, especially in terms of fundraising. You know, to launch, to have a successful global business, you need lots of money because you need to tackle the globe. So I'm interested, what have been the challenges as a woman entrepreneur from Kosovo launching this with focus on the fundraising side, because I think a lot of people will be interested to know about that.
Thank you, Rayton. As I shared previously, I started with J-Coders, but my entrepreneurial journey continued with founding Labbox. Labbox is a company that develops hardware products to inspire children for engineering. We've built a library of electronics, hardware, that we produce, we have IP rights on, and we're exporting basically to the region. Because of the nature of the business, that is a hardware business, and it requires the production processes to be, it is a really capital-intensive process. We understood this in the beginning, and because of that, part of the company creation is an intense process that we run for fundraising. We successfully raised VC capital from South Central Ventures, then been accelerated by Techstars in Berlin, and this has allowed us to build the network, the proper network, and understand the proper fundraising process to run in order to get our company successfully funded. I was in this front and related to the topic of this panel. I was surprised to find out that from all the capital that goes into startups in Europe, only 2% goes to women-led companies. This means that not only the struggles of being a company from Kosovo were added to my equation, it was also the fact that a lot of VC funds were investing in male led companies. The reason for this is, after having a lot of conversation, is that VC funds create a stereotype of how the founders that have led successful companies look like and what are their personality traits. And when they get pitched by women, women have a different nature on the way that they do the pitch, and therefore there has been a mismatch, or let's say a natural selection based on previous experiences. And I think this, in an interesting way, is burdening a lot of a lot of women-led companies to break that stereotype and create enough stories so VC funds can actually look into women-led companies and start investing more. I've seen that also because of the pain of this. Some women have taken the initiative to create their own funds, and we are seeing new VC funds specifically on the theme of women being brought to the European stage of VC investments. I would expect that the situation is a little bit better in the US, but I don't have the network to share today with you. So
you want to
add maybe just to what I really want to add is, I know that we're talking today from a women's perspective, but the truth is that women overall, also in more developed countries, have the statistical struggle as we have here. From what Zona shared before in terms of numbers, we have a 15%, was it? 15% of women participation in ICT jobs, and if I compare that to the global statistics, we have a 20% participation on a global level. I would say that Kosovo does a really good job. And I think that's something to take inspiration on.
Absolutely. And just wanted to add that Labbox is founded by Art and co-founded by Fiona.
Yes.
So it's all women startup, and I would like one applause for that as an inspiration for us all.
Fiona?
So with that, I'll go to my final question. We've heard some really inspirational stories and some statistics and what is out there. But I want to ask these very successful women entrepreneurs and leaders here, what are you doing? How are you impacting the ecosystem? So what are you doing to actually improve the women in entrepreneurship ecosystem in Kosovo and perhaps beyond? I will start with Zona Budima.
Okay. Well, I've taken this question maybe a little bit closer to heart. So I analyzed the behaviors. Arta mentioned that there are differences in how you communicate as a woman in business and how you pitch, and what are some of the traits that we as women need to perhaps improve on. And I've designed trainings relating these. So these are trainings for negotiation, communication, sales, and are taking these trainings on the road. So I've had these trainings done for a lot of women who are women entrepreneurs and women who are looking to join the ICT sector. So this is one. I believe that it's very important to create social networks, a network of people that you will not only learn from, but that are better than you technically in business, so that you can reach out to them and reach your goals by having this support network. And later on, these people can also be your partners in whatever, in your growth path. So mentoring, training, I have one-on-one sessions with women entrepreneurs, and in general, just talk about it. So in general, just talk about the challenges that we're facing, that it's okay to fail, that it's okay to consider that you are in this journey, but you're not alone. So for me, that was important. So that's what I'm doing personally.
That's a very nice one. You're in this journey, but not alone. Arta?
I mentioned it before. We've had the opportunity to hire a lot of people while we were building the companies, me and Fiona, 70% of women being part of our staff. A focus on the recruitment of students to have a gender balance there, as well as specific programs to include girls and inspire them. I guess these are activities that have also inspired my companies. I work with children, I try to help them get inspired, demystify engineering for them, help them get into these fields and open new opportunities through education. So in this perspective, we're doing, I would say, a lot of specific initiatives to bring on girls, on board. I would add to what also Donieta shared with the audience a little bit before, something that this topic is, am I doing this? We meet and we talk a lot about this topic in our individual initiatives, and I'm really happy to share that we sat down and we founded, all of us here and many more, the Women in Tech cluster that we're hoping to provide a more serious and structured initiative to bring on board and create these opportunities that we talk about to other girls and women.
What am I doing? I am trying to be there. I'm trying to be approachable. I'm trying to be available. And I'm trying to be an enabler. This has been my journey for the last 10, 12 years that I'm in the sector. And I think I'm going to continue to do that because the way I get my energy from, or what makes my day, is when I see other people grow around me, and especially women. And I've witnessed this in Rota. Although leadership, it's quite a lonely place. It can get lonely leading and having the mission and the strategy and dealing with the challenges of actually working with the resources and the workforce ethics we have and everything else, and trying to make it out there. And what makes my day always is just seeing people I've had the position to give an opportunity to as an intern, meeting different young girls then and now women, and just allowing them to show themselves, giving them an opportunity to try it, even if they don't like it, then change the path. But I think it's crucial for us to give as much opportunity as it's possible so that as more women and more girls in ICT can try it, can see it what it is, can understand what it takes, and then just decide for themselves if that's what they want to do, and just allow the platform for that. So I'm going to continue being an enabler and just being there also with this Women in Tech initiative and other women in STEM and women in business and everything out there. I try to be open and just to give an input there. I think this is the mission we have for being here.
Thank you. Very inspiring. Thank you, Donieta. And Zona, what are you doing, but with a focus on Women in Tech cluster? Because I know that all four of you are involved, and I believe you're the elected chair of this. So I would like to
I'm
know.
also the president.
Yes.
Yeah. Great. Yeah, that's why. So yeah, I was lucky to be elected the president of Women IT cluster. So the idea of Women IT cluster is to promote diversity, to engage more women in tech, in leadership, to exchange our experiences with them. So they as Donieta mentioned, so they have a door. So they have an address. So when they have an idea, when they have a question, they can always come to us. Besides that, also Donieta mentioned the other regional women in STEM, and now we're trying all these initiatives to put them back, to put them all together, so we can have more impact in women all around Kosovo.
Thank you so much, Zona. And with this, we conclude our panel, for sure the best, but there are so many other things that are coming up at COS ICT which are worth being here. Thank you so much. And
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together, Alantine and the panelists. Thank you so much. Okay, again, everything that we've gone through there, we can watch this, not today, obviously, but in the future, if you want to watch this session and everything else that's gone on yesterday and today, you can do that at your will, because all of the sessions will be online as they are right now. So you can relive or just listen again to some of the great ideas and notions that are being shared on the stage. Right, we continue now. A slight change to the program, a slight change, a slight reshuffle, which is fine. And we stay with the theme of women in tech, women entrepreneurs. And this is all about jumping into the world of teaching online at the right level. The Kosovo Center for Distance Learning. Kosovo Center for Distance Learning, I'm sure you've heard about it. It started 2016 and grew and growing in the right direction as well. Please, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the stage from the Kosovo Center for Distance Learning, Miss Antigona Uka.
Thank you so much. I'm really happy to proceed with my speech right after the panel on women entrepreneurs. I'm myself a woman and social entrepreneur, actually, and as was mentioned, our initiative has started in 2016 as a student initiative and now has grown as a Center for Distance Learning. I'm going to start by asking you a question. How many of you have used e-learning before? When I say before, it means before pandemic. Please raise your hand. Okay, I see 4, 5 hands raised. How many of you have used it during pandemic? I see quite similar hands with a slight increase. How many of you are planning to use it after pandemic and in the future? I see much more hands now. This actually gives a little bit of perspective. What's the level now and what was the level before? But in this whole speech, I'll give you a lot of more information, both statistically and as facts too. So I'm going to talk about us as an organization, what is the Kosovo teachers' readiness to transition to online learning, what we should work on to set the sector off, and last but not least, I'll tell you how you can contact with us. Please, if you can scan this, I'm gonna make you engage in this presentation as well. Please scan this QR code and let's answer the question together. With this, we want to learn more about the experiences that you actually just mentioned on e-learning, and our goal is to use this information in the future for our work. So if you can do so, I would be really happy, and I'll thank you. The first question is just your name and some demographics, and you can describe the role you played in the education system, and whether you were familiar with e-learning before, and if you believe that many people had access, because we really want to see the insights of each one of you, though I don't see many of you in the stage, but still it's all right because the sector is still setting off. It's not a sector alive yet, which we plan to make it stronger in the future. I'll let you continue with the questions yourself, if you can, but I'll give you a bit of history and our story. We started back in 2015-16 as a student initiative, informal initiative to include digital solutions in the education system through student campaigns mainly. That was back in 2016, and then we had many opportunities to present our idea both locally and internationally. But that baby as a campaign grow into center, which is becoming a more serious center that will address the distance learning and will work in advancing the mission of our center is to advance both e-teaching and e-learning through research, practice, and partnership. Right now, we're working with the partners that have come closer to us and that want to see the sector taking off real soon. I mentioned that we work with research as well, and I'm going to give just some of the facts that we have taken from our research. So just be mindful that all the data that I'm going to show, they're part of our center's research, and it's only our own data. From a project called Connected, last year we have come to a conclusion from the data from the field that 5% of the students from 12 municipalities that we targeted did not have access to online learning. This is data that we should keep in mind if we want to set the sector off in the future, as well as the teachers that did not conduct online learning during pandemic. The reason why I opened the speech by asking you whether you used it before, during pandemic, or after is because we want to see how the attitude is going to change. Because having 4% of, or 25, from 250 respondents from vet schools, it means that there are around they're around 4% from the total 2,700 teachers who haven't been able to conduct online learning. Therefore, they lagged behind, their children lagged behind, their families were behind, and in the future, they're not going to have an easy way to cope with learning and education overall. But yeah, I mean, this is a vicious circle. The teachers complain all the time that they have students that they don't want to go to school, they want to stay home. And they have children who wish that they could do the work they do at school, they could do at home. They have children who do not have access to equipment. As we showed in the percentage, we had 5% of total children who did not have access to online learning because they did not have an asset. And then there are children who want to go to school, they hate online learning, and they don't like to stay home. So their teachers are confused, the whole system is confused, we are confused. And then the world, around the world, the education system are trying to grab what would be the better way to meet the diverse needs of students, and each individual student to have a learning environment which is a better fit for them. This is a question which is never going to end. Now, I'm sorry if my voice is too loud. I think my mic was really close, so thank you. But as a center, we want to see what is the profile of our learner and what is the profile of our teacher, because it differs from the context. Our learner profile is not the same, our online learner profile is not the same as an online learner profile of a developed country, of a country who has been in the field for many years. However, here I'm going to just show an example, because as a center we haven't developed an online learner profile yet. We always need an online teacher profile too. I'm going to show an example of our main partner, which is Michigan Virtual. They've been in the sector for around 30 years, and actually it all makes sense even for every other country that a successful online learner needs to be good in managing their time. So we have as a teacher, as a sector, we need to ask ourselves some questions before we go on and bring about virtual learning, virtual school, and digital solutions. A student should be ready to have effective communication, use tools that can generate communication, such as correspondence with email and other platforms that are good for communication, have an independent study habit. So can the student study and complete assignment without having a real-time teacher or a synchronous discussion with their teacher? Of course, the student has to be self-motivated. Just keep in mind, this is the ideal profile. Not this maybe never happens, but this is what an ideal profile would look like. So whether we need to know whether the students have a desire to learn on their own pace and they are motivated to fulfill assignments because of an educational goal, and whether they can focus on it or not. And then, of course, academic readiness, whether they're good at reading, writing, math, computer literacy, but not only reading and reading in terms of traditional reading. Importance here is also critical reading. And then last, but the most important in virtual online learner profile is the technologically prepared student. Are our students ready to use platforms, digital platforms, so our sector can take off as a whole? Again, I'm bringing you some other data from our research, and here we can see the teacher's readiness for transition to online or blended mode of teaching in the future. And then from our questions, whether they're prepared or how much they're prepared, we have more than 70% of people that we have to work with. We have 15% of them that are very prepared, so we're just moving them out of the cluster, but the others are the ones that have to be trained and have to maybe even get comfortable with e-learning in the future. Again, some other data. Some of the challenges of the overall number of respondents, why they don't per se like online learning or they're not ready to do so, are because they themselves or students lack equipment, and this is the largest percentage on the reason why. And then some of them, they don't feel ready because they feel that their students don't feel ready. So lack of attendance for them translates to lack of readiness of students to do online learning. And of course, then there are infrastructure barriers such as connectivity with internet. And the one that we really have to work on is lack of knowledge on e-learning. And that's why the presentation and our project is also called Teaching Online at the Right Level, because the right level always advances to another level, and knowledge on e-learning tools will advance too. I'll just give you an anecdote here. So there's a quote that I found somewhere, but I couldn't find the author back when I went to Google. So I'm gonna quote something else. When Thomas Edison in 19th century invented film projector, he went to the school boards of New York and he showed the projector and he said that this tool will revolutionize the education sector, and he was really enthusiastic about that. But what did the boards say? They just told him that he's never gonna mess with their traditional learning system. So, but then it's been 2 more centuries, and now we still are facing a lot of challenges and barriers in such terms in education system, because, and this tells us how non-elastic education systems are in general. But again, this quote kind of gives an answer, because we have to break down brick and mortar. We have to break down walls so our sector breaks through. Yeah, and then to have teaching online at the right level, we don't have in the equation only the teachers or students. We have a whole set of factors that implicate that. The holistic approach, of course, is always the right approach ideally, but then in terms of context, distance education in Kosovo and then innovation in Kosovo was not the technology itself or a functionality of technology, but was just the transition from traditional to distance learning. And we have a lot to work, even in the context of having regulations set. So the first step that we can take is just have contextualize our setting based on the practices that we can get from the other countries in the region, if there are some, and then we can go even further on and have practice from leading countries and then just bring back to our context. So these sets are the first factor that comes to play, the bylaws, regulations, and the door that opens the sector to grow. Second, of course, actually, even though I put it on like one after the other, I'm not saying that one should go after the other. They can also go parallel to each other. So as we work in the regulations, we can also work in the infrastructure system in terms of internet, equipment, digital catalogs. We heard from other panels that there is a lot. Kosovo is a good example for internet penetration. We have a large population, more than 90% of people who have access to internet. So that's a good thing. But then is that internet enough for school, for virtual learning? So that's something we have to work, equip. I'm not saying just to cramp schools with equipment and give children all the equipment they need, but have equipment ready for virtual learning when the virtual platforms are created. And then digital catalogs, because if children are qualified to get a digital subject for one academic year, they have to have a catalog in their school and go and check which subject they want from the catalog. So the digital catalog is very important. And maybe it's unknown for now, but very soon it's going to be something very applicable. And then at the same time, training. When I say training, it's of course important. So every teacher has training on online learning, but not every teacher has to know how to create virtual learning and how to instruct and design content, digital content. So we have to have, this maybe would go to the Faculty of Education, we have to have teachers coming from the University of Education who are prepared to design and instruct digital content for our public schools. And I'm talking for pre-university education, just to have this in mind. And last, again, it's not last, it can be parallel to others, develop platforms or virtual schools or have the existing ones combined and modified and have it ready for the sector to take off. This, in my opinion, is what we need so we can create an environment for our digital natives to study in the way they live at home. And I think this is the best because, as I showed here, they don't know if they want to stay home or they want to stay at school or they want to learn online or they want to learn in class. So let's just blend it. Maybe they love it better. And then there are practices that blended with research. There are facts that blended learning is much more effective than only traditional learning or only online learning. Blended learning gives the sense of being more engaged and kind of finding yourself, seeing where you find yourself better. When we have everything set and we set the sector and we have had this holistic approach, this is what we should expect. We should expect to have fast internet, reliable internet, 24/7 access in virtual learning. When I'm talking about virtual learning, I'm not really talking about synchronous learning, because that's also part of it, but I'm talking about modular classrooms that are created by instructional designers, put in the platform, put in the catalogs of the schools. Teachers can go, students can go and take the subject on their own time, on their own place, whenever they need. That's what digital catalogs are there, so we should expect every school to have a digital catalog so students can go and choose from them, and of course online presence. If I have a bit more time, I think I'm almost done though, but Just to wrap up, I'm Antigona Uca. I come from the Center for Distance Education. If you want to contact with us in the future, we'll be here for a long time, and we'll be one of the main actors to set up the sector in virtual learning. But in any case, you can email me, you can reach out through my phone, and we're open to cooperate with as many partners as possible. And again, I'm happy to be an entrepreneur and a women's social entrepreneur. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Hands together for Antigona. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Really inspiring hearing how that story grew, and it's certainly moving in the right direction. And now we all have a better flavor of really what it's all about. Right, we move on now to a different area. This is all about intellectual property and creative industries, but more relevant to where we are right now, how this is relevant in Kosovo. So a gentleman now is going to stand on stage and he's going to share a little bit of his perspective of how he certainly sees things. From the EU IPR project, please welcome to the stage Mr. Yanis Kikis.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yanis Kikis. I'm working for a EU-funded intellectual property rights project that is running for the last 2 years, and it's going to run 1 more year with the purpose of strengthening intellectual property protection in Kosovo. I'm going to present to you today about protection of communication technology services by intellectual property, and a special focus on small and medium enterprises active in this sector. So let's start. Thank you. Okay, small and medium enterprises play a very important role in the economy of Europe and Kosovo especially. They are a major source of entrepreneurial skills, innovation, and employment. And those enterprises, they are often confronted with issues of protection of intellectual property, like copyright issues, because they use copyright-protected works, or because some of their activities and products are under copyright protection. For instance, the software these companies they use, the content of their website, the manuals for the function of their products, the catalog of products, the promotional design of them, all fall under copyright protection. SMEs could be authors, producers, or distributors of copyright-protected works. So they also utilize other intellectual property rights such as patent rights or trademarks, designs, except copyright. To a much lesser extent, it is true than large enterprises, and rely on more informal protection methods instead of using all these forms of intellectual property rights. To put SMEs in a more advantageous position, the companies need to understand the importance of IP. This is one of the aims of our project, working in 3 main areas: legal approximation of IP protection in Kosovo, capacity building of public and private institutions, and awareness. So awareness is a very essential element also for enterprises active in this field. And these enterprises should be able to identify their intellectual property rights and learn how each of these forms of rights works and is protected. They also should understand that it is important not only to protect their own property right, but also to make sure that themselves do not infringe the rights of the others. This year, 2021, it is the year dedicated to small and medium-sized enterprises. There is in our field a World Intellectual Property Organization that every April 26 celebrates intellectual property rights protection, and this year is dedicated to SMEs, because I explained at the beginning that SMEs are global drivers of technological innovation and economic development. And they account for a very important proportion of activity in both developed and developing countries. As major contributors to the GDP and private sector employment, they contribute as much as 60% of the workforce of a country. And they face a number of needs and challenges with respect to IP that I'm trying with this brief presentation to highlight. In general, IP strategically facilitates a broad array of strategic objectives of companies. For example, you prevent the copying or imitating of a company's products or services, and this, of course, reinforces the position of the company in the market. Or you may use IP for a wise investment in research, development, and marketing. And you must know that investors will always prefer companies that they have registered and secured their intellectual property rights. Moreover, you can acquire a corporate identity through a trademark and branding strategy. And IP in general permits investment returns by enhancing the bargaining power of the company and allowing to negotiate licensing, franchising, or other IP-based agreements. And through IP, you may also obtain access to new markets. And I'm going to present you briefly an economic study about the importance of intellectual property rights in European Union. This is a study conducted by the European Union Intellectual Property Office at 3 occasions. The last one looks for the period 2014 to 2016, but there have been previous similar studies, and we are able to compare the evolution of IP sector in Europe. This study having a look at what we call IPR-intensive industries in the European Union economy. Approximately 2/3 of these industries are intensive because they use more than one intellectual property rights. This could be copyright or trademark or patent or design. So these IPR-intensive industries, they have generated for this period of the study about 30% of all jobs in the European Union. So they employed in average about 63 million people in the European Union out of a total employment figure of approximately 216 million. And we can add, if we wish, another 20 million jobs which are generated in industries that supply goods or services to these intellectual property rights intensive industries. So as taking indirect jobs into account, we are talking about 84 million, about 39% of the whole employment workforce in European Union. And at the same time, they have generated about 45% of the total economic activity contributed to the GDP of the European Union, which is about 6.6 trillion euros. And they account for most of EU trades, European Union's trade with the rest of the world, generating a very important trade surplus for the European Union. Moreover, these industries, they provide higher wages than other industries, in average about 47% over other industries. And of course, they are a major factor of growth in the European Union economy. Now we call them, as I told you, intellectual property right intensive industries because they have an ownership, an above average ownership of intellectual property rights per employee. These industries that we call intellectual property rights intensive industries are mainly concentrated in the manufacture, but also technology and business service sectors. That's why this is relevant to the theme of this festival during 2-3 days. And we can break down the contribution of 30% of all jobs for all intellectual property rights sectors, and you can see that about 22% is concentrated in the trademark intensive industries, and then we have another 14% in the design intensive industries, about 11% for patents. Copyright represents about 5.5%, and there is also contribution from what we call geographical indications for foodstuff, which is wines and products having special qualities and characteristics protected all over EU, and also some contribution comes from the plant varieties intensive industries. And this is the breakdown for the GDP. Again, as you see, trademarks come first. From the whole 45%, the 37% is for trademarks, and designs another 16%, and patents 16%. You see in mathematics, if you add these figures, that they do not give 45%. This is because there is an area where a company will use not only a trademark, but also at the same time a patent or a copyright or another IP right. As I told you, we are talking about an average weekly wage, which is about 800 euros, compared to 544 euros per week for other industries. As you can see, the best wages, they are in the patent-intensive industries. Usually they get 72% more than the wage in other industries, but all sectors, as you see, they have higher salaries. I told you about the trade of EU, that it is based to such industries. Actually, EU imports about 89% of goods or products related to IPR industries, but exports at the same time about 96%, and this creates the trade surplus very important for EU that I told you before. Now, briefly, let me explain the importance of each IP for small and medium enterprises and for companies that they are active in the sector of communication and technology. First of all, you can use a trademark, which would be a basic asset of your company, and you can register a word or a logo. There are different kinds of trademarks. Today we have even sound trademarks, multimedia trademarks, hologram trademarks. It's a distinctive sign or indicator to identify your products, and a trademark can have an origin function, shows where the product or service comes from, a quality guarantee function at the same time, and advertisement function. In order to register a trademark, you have to specify your products and services among 45 different classes that they exist. The trademark protection lasts for 10 years, but you are able to renew trademark for another 10 years, and this you can do it indefinitely, so potentially a trademark can be protected forever. Now, regarding these classes, there is a possibility, of course, to protect your trademark internationally. The principle of IP is territoriality, so if you want to protect a trademark to another country than Kosovo, you have to go and register your trademark in each country that you are active in the market. And in order to facilitate this process, there is what we call international protection of trademarks under Madrid system. There has been a study recently about the use of classes in the Madrid system since the 1990, and this study showed that no matter where the companies they come from, they mainly use class 9, which relates to computer hardware, software, and electronic devices for the international protection of their trademarks. There's also copyright in computer programs and multimedia. The computer programs, they protect the expression of a program, the source code. Usually, they are the product of large companies, and usually they will belong to the employer, employing those teams working on the development of a program. There is also protection of multimedia works, which are works in digital form integrating text, images, and sounds, and they are characterized by interactivity. A very good example of multimedia works are video games, for example. These are also protected by copyright. Copyright protection does not need any formalities. You protect your software or your multimedia or other works automatically from the creation, and this protection will last the whole life of the author and 70 years after the death of the author. You may also have copyright in databases, which are very important for small and medium enterprises acting online, and basically most of SMEs, they have to develop a kind of a database. Now this database is a collection of different works, but it can be also data organized in a systematic manner. And on a database, you have two kinds of protection. The copyright protection I explained to you for computer programs and multimedia works, but you can have a special sui generis protection which lasts for 15 years, and this is for the maker of the database, the one who makes substantial investment in time or money to develop a database. You can have copyright protection also in campaigns, because when you are advertising your services and products, you may use elements protected by intellectual property right. So this could include, for example, the planning of the advertisement campaign. Of course, this planning should be expressed in a certain form which should be somehow original. Originality is the minimum requirement for protection under copyright. And, but also you protect the original and actual realization of the advertisement that could include, for example, texts, music, audiovisual graphics, drawings, slogans, logos, etc. So as a conclusion, I want to say that intellectual property is both an asset and a tool that needs to be combined with another's intellectual property rights as a complementary tool. If someone's IP right has a minimal value, combined you increase the value of your assets. And nowadays, SMEs need to carefully consider their options and cultivate their capacities and capabilities to compete and grow in a very competitive, globalized market. And one of the best tools to use, of course, is intellectual property rights. And I think I would finish here, and because I would like if any one of you wants to interact and to have some discussion or any questions about what I briefly presented, to give you the chance and the floor for such interaction with you. Any questions? Yes.
No questions at all. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Okay, right. We move on now. We're moving on to something again a little bit different. And so this is all about, you remember yesterday I mentioned the different things that were happening here during the festival, different stages, different things going on. And one of those elements was young people from the ages of 6 to 16 from different schools, from the digital school, from the Finnish school, and J-Coders as well, all working on their big ideas, all working on big ideas, projects, ideas that they're going to actually, very shortly, on this stage right now, share in front of us. So again, we've got three, I believe they're standing over there. Is that right? Yes, okay. So we've got young people from three different schools, as I say, J-Coders, Digital School, and the Finnish School, and they will be sharing their big idea on this stage for lasting up to about 5 minutes, maybe a little bit less as well. We also apparently we have three jury members as well who will decide who is actually going to walk away a winner out of all of our. It's like the students are going, "What's going on? What's going?" It's you guys. You're going to be up here in a minute. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you ready? Absolutely. Right. First of all, let's find out who our jury members are, and hopefully they are here as well. So we have Zana. Is Zana here? Tabakov. Okay. We also have Ermal Sadiku. Ermal was here earlier on, moderating the panel. Are you here? Not here, right? And Astrid Descu. You're going to call them. Okay. What we're going to do, what I'm going to do right now is, I will ask all the students, all those that are going to present their big idea, to come forward and stand here on the right-hand side. Everyone's moving away. You're all moving away. No, you walk forward and then you come to the side. Just come to the side and I'll have a little chat with you right now. In the meantime, while we are just gathering our jury members, we're just going to have a short break, put on some music right now, and in a couple of minutes, when we've got everybody here and the students are ready to pitch their big ideas, we'll come back to you. So join us in a few minutes' time, about 5 minutes' time or so, and then we'll start off with this fantastic competition with young people sharing their big ideas right on this stage. Right, ladies and gentlemen, as I said earlier on, this is really a chance to see some of the big ideas that the young people from the Future Developers area that has been going on yesterday and today, for them to stand on, well, they don't have to stand on here, but they're on this stage, they will be sharing their big ideas with you, their projects they've been working on. I'm really intrigued and curious to know what you've been coming up with. They are actually all from, although there were 3 schools that were working hard on these, J-Coders, Digital School and Finnish School. We've actually just got representatives from the Digital School. I believe most of you will be speaking in Albanian. Is that right? You can do it Albanian? Right, okay. I won't understand a word, but I'm sure it will sound good, look good. But it's not up to me to judge them at all. It's up to the jury members. We've actually got 3 jury members who will be listening hard, looking hard, and then calculating in their minds which one of these great teams here on my right-hand side, this competition, who will walk away a winner of this competition. So we have our 3 jury members. We've got Zana, Ermal, and Astrid. We've already seen you once before. We're happy to see you again, although everybody at home or wherever they are, they can just see the back of your heads, which I'm sure you have lovely backs of heads. If you just turn around and just wave to the people over there.
Hello.
There we are. Right, first of all, let's invite the first team. Come on to the stage, first team. Put your hands together for this team here.
Hi.
Take a seat, or you can stand, it's up to you. Before we go any further, you're on the big stage. This is your moment of fame. How does it feel to be on the big stage in the biggest tech event in Kosovo?
First, thank you all. It feels super amazing to be in this massive event. In one word, one of the biggest events in this region. Thank you all.
It is it's not one of, it is the biggest one, I believe. Anyway, right, you can do it in Albanian or English? Up to you. Any language you want, really? What would you like?
Albanian.
Albanian, okay, go for it.
Përshëndetje, unë jam Valar Krasniqi, jam nga shkolla digjitale, ku sot do prezentojmë veçfaqen me temë Back to the Future, që është punuar brenda 2 ditëve nga hackathon dhe në KOS ICT. Pra kryesisht në veçfaqen tonë është për biletat për udhëtim në hapësirë, ku të gjithë njerëzit që mundën, që dëshirojnë të shkojnë në hapësirë, mund të marrin bileta nga kjo veçfaqe. Po ashtu kem dhe informata për hapësirë që për rreziqet, po ashtu pajisjet që do të shkojnë në hapësirë. Dhe kena po ashtu kemi dhe shopping që janë me produkte me dizajn nga hapësira. Për më shumë do flasë kolegu.
Përshëndetje, unë jam Denis Hoti. Gjatë 2 ditëve në hackathon këtu në KOS ICT, kemi punu me temën Back to the Future. Dhe si emër kemi marrë Field the Space. Kjo webfaqe është ndërtuar gjitha me kod, nuk kemi përdorë as një liberi ose diçka tjetër, është gjithçka pure code. Kemi përdorë për front-end gjuhë programuese si HTML-in, CSS-in, JavaScript-in. JavaScript-in e kemi përdorë për animacione, pashtu dhe pak me ndihmën e Bootstrap dhe jQuery-t. Ndërsa pjesën e backend-it kemi përdorë databazën e MySQL-it dhe kështu e kemi ndërlidhur databazën me front-endin përmes gjuhës programuese PHP. Webfaqja jonë ka karakter informues, ka me informu për gjërat rreth hapësinës, lajmet më të reja, kuriozitetet e kështu me radhë. Po ashtu pjesë e webfaqes do të jetë edhe pjesa ku mund të rezervohen edhe bileta rreth hapësinës, ku është e diçme që edhe NASA me SpaceX tash në sfundi janë të punu për një projekt që me dërgu persona në Mars, ku besohet rreth vitit 2025. Po ashtu, edhe si pjesë e website-it, do t'jetë edhe një online shop, e cila ka me mbajt produkte vetëm me temë të hapësinës, produkte me dizajn rreth hapësinës. Kjo është main page, që shfaqet gjithmonë, po ashtu e kemi integru edhe një live chat, do të thënë gjithë përdëruesit kanë me pas mundësi me shkru direkt me ne. Live chat është i mundësun prej talk.to, është një nga kompanit më ofruese në treg për live chat free. Këtu kemi edhe misionin Go to Mars, që lidhet direkt me webfaqen e projektit për me dërgu në Mars. Këtu kemi disa informacione rreth Falcon 9, e dim që është tania kozmike e ndërtuar nga kompania SpaceX. Po ashtu e kemi bërë një pjesë Are you ready to travel in space? A jeni gatshëm që më udhëtu në hapësinë, ku munden me book, me rezervu biletën. Pjesa kontakt us dhe një futer i thjeshtë. Pjesa shopit është një website produktiv. Kemi pjesën e produkteve materia, produktet e fundit, produktet kështu me radhë. Shopi është ndërtuar me pjesën e administrimit. Pjesa e administrimit i lejon qasje të pakufizueshme administratorit, si në shtimin e produkteve, ndryshimin e produkteve, krijimin e zbritjeve për produkte, shtimi i lajmeve, shtimi i disa quotes ose thënie për në webfaqe e kështu me radhë. Si për shembull këtu është tabela nga administratori për produktet, mund me shti sasinë cilën e kemi në stok, e kështu gjitha me radhë. Po ashtu dhe blerja mund të bëhet blerja online, përsi të shkojnë direkt në databazë dhe mund të kontaktohen direkt nga shopi. Nëse ka në i pyetje, në i shtim, faleminderit shumë.
Hajt. Test. Okej, faleminderit shumë djem. Kreqet punë për ditët e keni bua?
Këtë për fillimit, pak dhe muj me tregu edhe kodin pak. Ka ekstrem fajla shumë. Këto janë për arsye se kam punu edhe projekte edhe më të hershme, edhe na si programera ke marak një pjesë aty, një pjesë tu, një pjesë aty, po në fund dul diçka ekstrem e mire.
Bravo, djem. Kjo që u pyeta për 2 ditë ke në formë kështu që me ju vlerësu se shumë shpejt e pas një punu dhe shumë mirë.
Ekstrem.
Deshta me pyet pak për këtë pjesën që e patët për shopping.
Po?
Pak të kjo pjesa e shportës, po më mërmene që s'pëdia keni më rri me realizu komplet.
Po.
Që shë identifikoni për shamë nëse du me shtu diçka dhe mandeni se e mbyllë aplikacionin prap këthe që...
Gjdo user, mas pari kryot një user account, gjdo user account e ka ID në veçantë që nuk mund mu zëvendësu, edhe produktet e kanë edhe ato ID në veçantë edhe dëruan në databazën card, ID product edhe user ID, edhe pastaj kur useri i ndërlidhen këto dyja dhe në fund vjen produkti në kart. Muj edhe me ja u demonstru këtu një. Si për shambull tash, mas pari për bëj login se duhet më kanë user. Si për shambull, unë e vetëm një produkt të pas në kartë. Në fali.
Easy Morph, gjithmonë kur ti prezantimet e dish.
Është shumë interesant kjo puna e prezentimeve, isha të prezentu edhe mbra këtë databaza, edhe tash lemo këtë databaza, po dhe këzompi u prish këtë, tash qa me bomër unë këto. Nashta besoj që ka me punu wishlista. Oke, si për shambull wishlista, edhe ta shtojmë një produkt në wishlist, product added, shko të kujtë, Kështu praktikisht është edhe add to cart, përveç se të kjo pjesa ku është go to product, e ka atë pjesën go to buy direct. Errorin e nej që ma vonë, kismet, kur dalim atje backstage. Edhe by now, i merë gjitha dhona direkt prej akontit, edhe i zavendësën, ti ketë që atë mjetë, o veç me pagu edhe me të ardhë produktin shpe.
Mos harroni me qitë kartelin e për kreditës në bën të lashe.
Po, vëllë.
Okej, faleminderit shumë për me.
Faleminderit shumë për te.
Unë veç deshta me përgëzu për punën që keni bo që për 2 ditë në këtë punë. Bravo, se edhe juniorat në kompanitë e na nuk mund të me bo që ka që shumë në punë, sa keni bo jo për 2 ditë. Që veç ju përgëzaj për idenë dhe për që keni arrit me bo deri tash.
Faleminderit shumë.
A mund shme shko dhe një të faqja kryesore?
Të faqja e home të shopit.
Të homepage.
Okej,
Nuk vezgati, shumë sone tani kom që me i fel, po normal e keni bo një diçka shumë bukur, keni bo vet, JavaScript apo PHP, s'keni përdor një framework, s'ka pas nevoj, mos mendoni që është diçka shumë, po e keni bo një punë që sot disa kompani në Kosovë që i njëf nuk punojnë qka s'bukur edhe qka s'shpejt. Kjo është dhe me thonë lajmi mirë, lajmi keq është që është që kisha pas qef me pa diçka pak ma ndryshe, ma interesant, ma mani men, kur merë një pjesë në për kësi competitions, edhe kësi sen e bërni diçka, sepse i këshopa website-a ka që 30 vjetë. Do një me qenë pak ma, me bërni diçka në ashta shumë ma thjesht se kjo, po që është e re, që i thot dikujnë për shemull qetin me pas bu pak me AI, adin që ti mi shkru tongaj, me ta këthy tongë si...
Muj me demonstru dhe qetin.
Qetin e keni marrë prej, kuna the?
Tauk.o.
Do me thonë, më këty se s'kena mundësi tani në fund. Keni punu te për bukur, një shumë developerat vjetër, edhe kompani që s'punojnë ka që shpejt edhe ka që mirë. Qa s'pëm pëlqen, është që është një diçka që është shumë e konzumume si teknologji. Dojni me mendu që në competitions, në gara, me bo sene interesante, që janë treja, që janë moderne, që janë diçka që me bo diçka, edhe që në talme me pas një diçka interesant me jo prezentu, sepse i shopat edhe i komersa website-at janë që 30 vjetë edhe dikush mundet në e kom pa tjetër mu kom pak ma iran me juve, mu i mja bo veç rapsh, mi e thonë te për mirë edhe me shku, po do të ka pak dikush mi kritiku. Do më menani në për competitions me bo sene të thjeshta, sepse janë veç 2 dit, po që është e re diçka, që është që se kam po. Edhe nëse s'punën nuk ka lidhje, me rëndësia që i keni tentu me bo një diçka të re edhe të papame.
Faleminderit shumë.
A bon tjetëri?
Okay, I think that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Team 1. Well done, boys. Well done. Keep your microphones, just put the microphones on there. No, Mike, you can stand up, put your microphone. Okay, put your microphone there, that's right. And now you can leave the stage. Wonderful, so there we are. So, our first team setting the tone and the flavour of how it's going. Everybody over there, you're thinking to yourself, am I going to be as good as these guys? I didn't understand a word of it, but I'm sure, going by your reaction, very good indeed. And I actually saw, did you see at the top, there's already a message. There's already somebody sent a message because they want to buy what you've got to offer. Right, our next team, I think you're the two. Hands together for these two coming on stage right now. This guy's cool. He's got just strolls on, feeling confident, feeling good. What did you think of the last team?
Yeah, well, the last team was pretty good, and I thank everyone here for being here with us. I thank the Digital School and KICT for inviting us here in this perfect festival. It's an amazing festival. And the last team, yeah, congratulations.
Are you guys better? Are you guys better than that team?
I don't know. They were pretty good.
They were pretty good. Let's see. Okay, Here we go. Let's see our next team.
All right, so But I'll just present it in Albanian.
Whatever you want to do, it's up to you. Go for it.
Përshëndetje gjithëve, unë jam Uri Mahmeti, jam nxënës i shkollës digjitale dhe kjo është kolegja ime Erta Ahmeti edhe po ashtu edhe kjo është nxënëse e shkollës digjitale. Na kemi prezantu projektin me bazë me temën bazë Back to the Future, shpresoj që ju pëlqen. Shkojmë te foqja unë.
Future këtë fjallën këshyre pak të fundit.
Okej, pra kompania jonë që ne supozojmë që e kemi një kompani e cila quhet CISTAC, që do me thonë Computer Intelligence Science. Pra kompania jonë ka evaluar një sistem të sigurimit, kompania jonë ka zbuluar një sistem të sigurimit i cili bëhet përmes fingerprints dhe face recognition me mjetet e duhura. Në sektorin tjetër kemi edhe pagesat që bëhen me anë të karteles, kurse kompania jonë ka krijuar mundësinë e pagimit me shenjave të gishtave. Po ashtu në sektorin e radhës speed kemi shpejtësinë e internetit e cila është zhvilluar shumë me anë të kompanisë sonë dhe ka arritur shpejtësinë prej 80 gigabit. Dhe në sektorin e fundit, pra kemi identifikimin i cili bëhet me anë të kompanisë sonë, me mjetën Pay by Face, që është një mjetë që identifikon personi përmes fytyrës, por edhe kemi një mjetë që përmes thirrësave të syrit. Pra për më shumë informata mund të klikoni në linkun më poshtë që thotë Learn More. Pra më poshtë kemi mjetët e reja të kompanisë tonë, më të fundit. Sistemi i vlerësimit me njeriu me anë të thirrësave artificiale, cilët mund ta vlerësojmë një njeriu rating e tjera. Njeriu robot i cili mund të kontrollohet me anë të mendjes për të përdorur për luftë ose për nevoja të tjera. Kështu që ju falenderoj të tjerëve, mund të vazhdoj Erta.
Përshëndetje, unë jam Erta Ahmeti. Këtu kemi edhe Computer Intelligence Science, që do të thotë CISTAC, dhe më poshtë këtu jemi ne, krijuesit e kësaj faqe, unë edhe Urime, që cilët bëjmë pjesë edhe në grupin Speeders në shkollën digjitale. Këtu janë disa informata shtesë për projektin, që i kemi punuar për 2 ditë nga 6 orë në ditë, edhe vetëm në të 2 kemi punuar në WordPress. Këtu janë disa informata të fundit, të cilat të kompanisë tonë të supozuar, ku ne kemi krijuar një anije kozmike e cila mund të shkojë jashtë galaksisë. Dhe këtu në fund është edhe Contact Us, që përmes kësaj QR code ju mund të na kontaktoni ne.
I think this is all. Yep.
It's not all, because we're going to hear exactly from our jury members. We're going to hear what they thought of your idea. Let's hear.
Okay.
Mirë, më sa pash si rezultat i punës juaj është një website që i keni prezentuar punë që i krye një kompani që e supozuar që ka me kryer disa puna, po. Edhe keni përdorur si platformë WordPressin për website. Mirë, për këtë pjesën front-end që po shita, keni përdorur diçka të gatshme apo keni kriju krejt prej fillimit?
Jo, keni përdorur me theme edhe kemi edituar sot.
Por e keni bënë theme që ne keni adaptuar. Okej, po pajtona edhe me fjalë termale që ke për grupin e para prak, kështu që me mujt me dalë prak prej website-ave, i shkon pak ma mirë, po në rregull, prapë doan për 2 ditë çka keni mri është bëjë shumë impresive.
Faleminderit.
Faleminderit shumë.
A bën me shku edhe një herë në fillim?
Po.
Kështu puna si punë që e keni kryer edhe ju njëjtë sikur edhe ekipi tjetër, jena të fascinuar që po mrini me bë për 2 ditë. Pak më poshtë se e pash një farë produkti që po doni me zhvillu, më poshtë. Që kjo diçka, edhe pak që kjo social rating systems, që ta që doni me implementu?
Tash, ne supozume që jemi një kompani e lartë dhe prej të ardhmës, kështu që këtu mjete janë si thires, apo të më bënë me anë thirësave, po do me thonë kjo nuk është edhe që se është e mund të promovo.
Startup e një herë.
Po këta, unë e pedi që startupa, këta mundën me e boj që thirës, që për përmendim, për që ata për i vesë.
Okej.
Ka dalë. Ty mi thonë diçka se s'po du më konë shumë i ranë, tani ma merë një natri, po teknologjia ka përparu shumë edhe bota ka përparu shumë tash e bashkë me të juve rive kam jura një barë pak ma e madhe se që i kena pas na. Moshën teme me i pas 16 vjetë, a i keni 16, 15? 15 edhe me i ditë këto gjana ka qenë diçka fascinante. Sot nuk i keni pak vjetë, dhe me thonë, do të me shku të shpia edhe me mësu shumë, edhe me përparu shumë, se qashtu e blyp tash bota, nuk kam me 15 vjetë nuk keni të vegjel. Edhe këta që e këni bo është fantastike, është shumë e bukur, edhe për më pëlqen website, edhe WordPress që këni ditë me përdor. Po tash do një me kuptu që në përbot keni konkurencë shumë të madhe, se atje me 15 vjetë fillojnë me kriju produkte interesante, fillojnë me buk programera. Mark Zuckerberg ka pas 18-19 vjetë, kër e ka marru Facebookun. Dhe me thonë kështë me një fjallë, dita ma mirë për mjanis me mësu programim më konë dje, e dita e dytë ma mirë është sot. Qa keni mëri me bo sot është tepër e mirë, po vetëm doni me i dhonë zërë edhe me bosane edhe mos me duk që i një dvegjel edhe të knaqër me qikaq. Kjo është një website shumë i lezetshëm dhe bravës. Po shka një shpet dhe vazhdoni me mësu WordPress, me implementu, me bo front-end, me qitë template tjera, me i modifiku, se e keni njësë profesionin matë mirë në botë me përdor.
Shumë faleminderit, ju falenderoj gjithë dhe që jeni konë këto edhe një herë.
Edhe ju falenderoj.
There we have it. Fantastic. Well done. Setting the bar. Well done, my friend. I like this guy just walks off. Pretty cool, pretty confident. Feeling good, yeah? You're feeling good? Right, wonderful. Right. Because it's great to be feeling good on this stage because guess what? You probably don't realize, but there are millions and millions of people right through that camera lens over there looking and hearing and hearing what these big ideas you've got. If they don't speak Albanian or don't understand Albanian, they've got no idea, but they're having a look behind on the screen and that gives them a good flavor of what you've done. I haven't understood a word. However, they both so far look really good and really cool. Right, our next team. It looks like you. Absolutely, come on stage, my friends. Come on stage. Right. How you feeling? Should be on. Hold on. Okay. How you feeling? How are you feeling? Are you feeling good?
Yeah.
Are you ready?
Yes.
You can do it in Albanian or English?
Albanian.
Go for it.
Përshëndetje, unë jam Atika Metaj, jam 14 vjeç, jam nxënës i shkollës digjitale më shumë se 4 vjet. Këtë website e kemi bë me programin WordPress. WordPress është një program që ja mundson përdoruesve me bë website-in më shpejt me pjesë me on themes, por ne e kemi bë pa theme, domethënë e kena bë pejzarosh a kena filluar dhe kena përfundu, domethënë e kena bë pa theme 2 ditët e fundit.
Përshëndetje, unë jam Ruben Pireva. Unë jam nxënës i shkollës digjitale për më shumë se 4 vjet. Veç pak se kena pak probleme. Do me thonë tash kjo është webfaqja. Kjo webfaqja është mendu për një kompani që ka emrin Fluid Travel. Kjo kompani ka me përdor teknologji shumë të përparume si anije hapësinore edhe teleportim për me shku në hotele edhe resorte jashtë në hapësirë. Tash këtu na I kena disa prej lokacioneve që janë më të pëlqyera nga përdoruesit e kësaj kompanie. Këtu poshtë është e mendume që me pas reviews edhe këtu më bo login në një account që me mujtë me rezervu. Pastaj kemi contact page, që në përmes contact page, na kena me mujtë me na kontaktu neve me gjithë lokacionin edhe me na kontaktu si kompani, që me mujtë me e rezervu një udhëtim në hapësirë, por edhe me kërku një mik për udhëtim, se nëse e bojnë 2 veta, për shembull një bilet ka me konë ma e lirë, edhe këtu për shembull më është më regjistru edhe me jep emrin, bjemrin edhe kontaktin, edhe me tregu për çka po kërkon, që me mujtë me gjithë dikon që ka me shku të njëjtin lokacion si ti.
Tash dolim të foqja booking. Funksioni Funksioni I faqes booking është tash për shembull për të ardhmen, e kena mendu për shembull për traveling me mujt për shembull me udhëtu në hapësirë, për shembull në hotel në Hanë ose në Mars. E tash këtu për shembull janë hotele në Mars ose për shembull ose hotel këtë në hapësirë, edhe me prej për shembull book appointment edhe me selektu për shembull këtu me kalendar, në cilën datë me mujt për shembull me rezervu udhëtimin për hapësirë. Edhe këtu e kena faqen About Us. Faqja About Us tregon më shumë për shembull për kompaninë tonë, kur u hap kompania jonë, our company për shembull kur u hap. Edhe our services tregon për shërbimet që na japën përdoruesve tonë.
Yeah, good. Fantastic. Okay. Let's hear from our jury members what they thought about traveling to the moon.
It was pretty good. A bën më apo do pyetje?
Po.
A mëni më shkoj te booking? Ty Okej, nëse e klikon çto book, ju nuk e keni zhvilluar po këtë pjesën tjetër.
E kena bo veç me çu te ky kalendari, për shembull.
Okej, veç kështu me shku poshtë. Çfarë më mendja çka kishte ndodhur tani, domethënë, çu kishit paramendu jo prej moshës juve dhe gjëra, çka kishte që të procesin që ndodhë kër e klikon dikush stop book?
Kër e klikon book, tash në këtë kalendarin ka me caktu një datë, edhe tash ti ka me shku të mu taku me një përgjegjës të kompanisë, edhe të ajo kompania ka me për shembull që janë këto kompanit që kime bo për shembull një aeroplan me rezervu, edhe tash ti kime shku me fol me atë kompaninë, edhe tash ti kime e regjistru një udhëtim për shembull për një hotel edhe në Hanë, në Mars.
Pse me shku me fol me atë kompaninë kur ti e bo këtë digitale këta? Ndoshta a keni mendu për shembull se këto sa ne ekzistojnë, kupton? Domethënë a ju kanë shpjegu proceset ose a keni mësuar proceset ç'a ndodh kur dikush e bën book një appointment? Atje te kompania eksterne edhe atje po domethënë ose një diçka në portale të tillë, edhe atje I del një fare, I vjen një email, I vjen një notification, I vjen një diçka I del edhe aty në shu streso, I vjen një notification edhe aty në tani I rezervohet atje një etiket, ata do të me pranu.
Po, e kena menu edhe këta, po kena pas pak probleme me pluginat WordPressit, se 2 ditë nuk kena mujtë qash mirë me punu.
Okej, nice. E këtë kalendari me çfarë plugini e keni përdor apo e keni gjetë në të gatshëm diçka?
Është Booking Calendar, është një plugin.
Okej, edhe çka ndodh nëse e klikon njërin pi numrave?
Nuk kena mujtë me bo funksional
funksionale.
po aty veç shkon te plugini edhe cakton për shembull kohët e lira që janë për një det e lira edhe mujtë e lirë. Tani kalendari bëhet funksional edhe ti veç e klikon edhe në bazë të akontit që I login edhe me njerë ta qënë ty emailën.
Qatë përgjigje e pret shatë, me thonë të më koni account edhe knena në anën tjetër që e shofin kush është I lirë, kush është I lirë, kur ka një rezervim a diçka.
Po ma shumë si ide e kësaj faqe ku për shembull me bë pas një thime, adim kit vetë ja kena nis.
Po të kuptoj. Faleminderit.
Bravo djem, 14 vjetë, 2 ditë, teleportim, bravo I koftë. S'kam me pyetje, vish që më dhënë suksese, edhe që më të rëmoni mësani, mësë ndani.
Faleminderit.
Faleminderit.
Edhe unë vazhdimisht jam ju përgëzu për punën që e keni bo, s'kam koment, I mora përgjigjet prej pyetjeve të Ermalit, kështu që veç vazhdoni mësoni, vazhdoni punoni në këtë drejtim mua aftësu sa më shumë.
Faleminderit.
Well done. Thank you so much. Really good. Feeling good? Great. Let's see how you do in a few moments, a little bit later on, when our jury members will decide who, out of all these teams, walk away winners. And I don't even have to introduce you. Come on stage. That's right. Okay. So, how are you feeling right now?
Do I have to be honest, or?
You don't have to be honest, but honesty probably is the best policy. Try it. It probably feels good. Go for it.
I am very excited, but also very nervous.
You don't have to be nervous. I know it feels kind of nervous on a stage like this. Everyone looking at you and the millions of people. Not millions. It's not millions. Or maybe.
It's okay.
Anyway, because they all want to hear what you have to offer.
Yeah.
Right? And you're confident about your idea?
Yeah, I'm confident about my idea and the way I'm going to explain my idea, but it's the way that people perceive it that I'm kind of nervous about.
But you don't have to be nervous about what they think about it, because if you believe in it, if you really think it's cool, show that. So, hopefully most people will see it's cool, and if there's a couple of people that don't think it's cool, that's okay. Yeah? You can do this in Albanian or English?
In English.
Okie dokie. Take it away. Go for it.
First of all, hello. I am Erika Arlate. I'm 16 years old, and I've been part of Digital School for over 2 years.
Hello, I'm Yona Durgute. I'm 13 years old, and I've been part of Digital School for more than 4 years.
So the website that we made is called Subsequent. So basically, it's a website that is informational. It contains 3 categories. We have traveling, we have minerals, and we have payments. We also have asked ourselves the question, what is subsequent? So basically, the word in and of itself is waiting for an action to happen in order to see what is going to come after it. But this is not what Subsequent, the website, is all about. The Subsequent, the website, is all about trying to let you roam free. So we're going to explain to you the past, the present, and the future, and we're going to let you know the differences along and maybe some theories along the way.
Also, you can enter our forum while pressing right here. So we will talk about the traveling, the evolution of traveling. We will talk about past traveling, present traveling, and future traveling. To see the primitive times of traveling, we need to press this button. So in the past, the transportation was made with with animals, but in between animals, there were used trains and carriages. Also, until there was made the newest car for the time, but now is known as the oldest car. So this is how the present looks like. But we need to stop the thrill and annoyance of the busy streets. And we also need to enjoy the architecture of the today's times. So I will now let Erika talk about the future traveling.
So as we all know, future traveling is going to have a lot of changes. As the name says, it's future traveling, so our technology is probably going to get bigger and better and have more positive progress along the way. So the first way, this is a little bit correlating to science fiction, we thought of making a portal, basically a telecommunication hub, which uses Earth's resources into helping you move from a place to another or even from a planet to another. So how we expect the future transportation to be, of course, one of the main things that comes to mind is, oh, Wi-Fi cars, or oh, tubes that send you to outer space. And of course, those can be done with enough determination. But actually, one of the main theories that is going on right now is the question whether or not we can create a new design of a planet, maybe just create a planet in and of its own. So humans are thinking of creating a new planet similar to Earth, but it's not Earth, but it's basically a restart to basically make everything right. What they have done wrong, to make it right. Now we're going to be talking about the minerals overall. So we have two categories. We have alchemy and we have chemistry, and we're going to carry on with alchemy. So over here we see 4 sets of crystals, and these crystals are known as the ultimates. They are found in places that humans cannot touch, in grounds that humans cannot even see, probably because they are either galaxies away or they are light years away. But in the future, we are planning on finding a way to break these laws and maybe even create a technology to help us move along the way, whether to go to another galaxy or to see what's going to happen in a few light years. Over here, we can see some old artifacts of the crystals that were mentioned before, and the main reason actually that we included these artifacts is because they correlate to the future. As much as they're old and they might not get taken seriously, they are still a big helper when it comes to knowing more about the future and knowing more about alchemy in and of itself, because alchemy is a science of questions, not answers. And now we move on to chemistry. So as we know, in chemistry, elements cannot really have descendants. They cannot really get evolutioned. So what we did over here is we thought about it and we were like, what if in another galaxy or in another planet that we cannot as human beings explore, what if we can find the descendants of these elements, like sulfur or agron or aluminum or even more than that? We see the periodic table showcases, we know all that is in there, we know all of the fusions, but what if there is more to it? What if in another world or in another portal or anything, there could be more? And in the future, we're planning on exploring this part of our life and maybe even get some answers, maybe even get closer to the question, what is life and why is life? So enjoy the newest atoms and functions found in unknown species. We as theorists, we know that we're probably not the only beings out there. There has to be someone else. And what if the way that they're built, the molecules, the atoms, the newtons and stuff, what if they are much more different than the ones that are on Earth? What if they are more detailed than the ones that they are on Earth? What if there is actually more to it than the ones that we have here, or maybe even less to it? Over here, we have found a new way of wearing eye protection signs and simple ways of use. So we know that when we use chemicals, we have to wear glasses in case an explosion happens and we don't want to get chemicals in our eyes. But we have planned on creating a sort of a lens, which is very thick but also very small, and it's much more efficient to keep around. It is it's very easy actually to put on the eye, and if anything happens, it protects the whole eye. And here we just put a picture of the periodic table.
So now we will move on with how the payments will be on the future. So this is the digital coin known as DC. It's easy to use and is the same currency around the whole world. A digital coin is basically a computer file which is stored in a digital wallet app on a smartphone or computer. So this is what the digital coin looks like. Let's take a look at the payments. So payments in the future will be online, which means that cash payments will vanish, and this opportunity is really good because it will save time. It could be easier to use and much simpler to take care of.
anglisht tash, mos e valen anglisht. Jo, mu më pëlqej që ideja e future payments, ma specifikisht që ajo valuta që s'ka me kon parja që sot e njohim. Çka po mendoni që ka me çfarë valute ka, në çfarë mënyre ka më bo pagesa në të ardhmen? Në çet ardhmen e udhëtimit në hapësinë?
Në të ardhmen e udhëtimit në hapësirë, mas pari ka me qenë shumë ma e lehtë për me u fitu, për shkak që pagesa do të mirën në bazë të aktivitetit që do t'jetë online, në bazë dhe aktiviteteve cilat bëhen. Do me thonë do t'jetë shumë ma e lehtë se sa pare që mirën sot. Edhe arsyeja pse na mendojmë që online is the way to go, është për shkak që çdo sen është ju bo online. Edhe kam ardhur koha ku edhe pagesat, kredit kartelat nuk kam në pas më në i farë valute, sa kam e pas që ajo digital coin që ti ki me përdor. Do me thonë digitalizimi veç është ju marrë havë të madhë, kështu që...
Pro kreditin e qiti përte. Bravo.
Që të fjallë ka pas që minirë mone që s'di sa, po se di sa, ka me shku krejtë që është të puna bitcoin.
A keni bojën arë pagesa kështu digitale vetë, a bon një sot? A keni kartela?
Unë po.
A bon pagesa digitale? A ki bo online pagesa në ere?
Online nuk hala.
Okej. Nice. Keni bo një website shumë të mirë, shumë të lezetshëm, s'pash kur gjë kështu diçka të keqe, as baga, as sene dhe bashkë. A keni përdur Bootstrap?
Në fakt na e kemi marrë thimin,
Okej.
po çka kemi bo u kanë që i kemi ndryshu se nuk na kanë pëlqy fotografit, nuk na
Okej.
ka pëlqy the setup of the theme, kështu që e kemi marrë vetëm si lloj baze, edhe tani i kemi vendosur mënyrën që na kena pasë shirë.
Okej, nice. Për informat juve, ndikon 95% e këtë webit në botë që shto, një website statik, i thjesht me informata, du një me mendu që duhet me pas më rapa një CMS, për deni që me mirë mbajt, me ndru kontentin, me ndru diçka, normalisht WordPress, ku dhjone Joomla, no? Po, shumë bukur i keni punu. E për teorinë mrapa, po më është histori shumë e gjanë, po faleminderit shumë për prezentimin. Edhe faleminderit që ju mundut me bo në anglisht, edhe ke shumë bukur, se për me dash me bo inxhiniera ndërmarrës, do një me ditë anglisht. Ajo është kështu, 101.
Faleminderit.
So there we have it, ladies and gentlemen, hands together. There we go. How do you feel now? Really nervous at the beginning, but you've done it. How do you feel right now? Easier, huh? Was it easy?
Yeah.
It was easier than I thought, right?
Yeah.
So your nervousness at the beginning wasn't compared to actually how it went, right?
Yes.
Cool. Well done. Right, let's see. We'll hear later on how well you did. Fantastic. Step over the wire there. And I believe we have one team ready and waiting. They've been waiting patiently all this time. Come on stage. Hands together for our last team. You've seen already the other teams. How well do you think they did? What do you think of the other teams?
I think they did pretty good.
Okay.
And not like to be directed to someone, but I think right now, the last team's project was the best one. till
Okay,
now,
all right.
In my opinion.
All right, how do you think you guys are going to do?
It's a bit of stress because usually we don't go on stages and
Sure.
present, but like I think we will do good.
Yeah, sure. Don't even think about this as a
Yeah.
stage. Think about this as you've got this idea. You've been how long
Yeah.
have you been working on this idea? For a day or a couple of days?
We've been working for 2 days on this project. It's basically with WordPress, and we added a theme.
Okay, so a couple of days, day or so working
Yeah.
on this. Just think about that. Think about how cool it is,
Yeah.
and really make it clear and easy for us to understand. And then
Yeah.
that's it.
Mhm.
English or Albanian?
Albanian.
Okay, perfect. I'll be listening to every word. Okay, go for it.
Përshëndetje, unë jam Edonis Bislimi, nxënës në shkollën digjitale tashmë e 3 jetë, ku në shkollën digjitale do me thoni kemi mësu të gjitha aftësitë për me kriju një website. Do me thoni kemi pas 2 ditë ku për me po këtë website-in që po e shihni prapa vi.
Unë quhem Sanje Bytyqe dhe shkoj në shkollën digjitale në Prishtinë. I kam 15 vjeç dhe jam të mësu programim gati që 1 vjet.
Muj me prezentu idejen e këtij website-i. Ideja e këtij website-i është që shka më konë në udhëtimin të ardhmen, do me thonë me çfarë mjete ka me pos, cilat planete ka me pos jetë e sene. Si fillim është një slider ku shihin disa shtete në të ardhmen. Më poshtë i shumë se e kemi si një e-commerce që kam shitë produkte si për shembull kostumet të astronautëve ose spaceships, anije kozmike. Do të thonë gjitha këto pagesat mundemi mi bë me krypto si Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin e tjerë. Do të thonë që është ndryshe prej e-commerce tjera që janë me euro ose dollar ose me valuta tjera që përdoren tash. Këtu është një si slider për products që janë të shitura më shumë. Anije kozmike, do të thonë kostume e tjerë. Këtu është një pjesë ku Elon Musk flet do të thonë për qytetin e tarmës, ku e kemi lidhur me një link të një video për YouTube-s. Më poshtë është adresa se ku gjendemi ne në planetin Mars, dyqani jon. Do thonë kjo është homepage-i. Shpjegoj edhe about us, do të thonë ku shpjegon më shumë rreth kompanisë tonë. Do të thonë jemi në bashkëpunim me SpaceX, do të thonë kompania e Elon Musk, ku të ardhmen mendojmë me digitalizu më shumë me robota, me anije kozmike për udhëtimin e të ardhmen. Edhe këtu e cek edhe me një pjesë pagesa bëhet vetëm me krypto, domethënë.
Tash që folëm për që e kena bo si një e-commerce, që e kena bo si shop, e kena bo dhe për produkte, si që janë për shembull edhe kostumet, të cila kur shkon në udhëtimin në hapësirë, i ki për shembull kostumin, këto si boots që janë këpuca, edhe tash website-i jonë i sugjeron që me ardhë të na me ble, pasi që janë çmimet tona më të lira në treg, të cilat nuk kushtojnë më pak se sa $1,000, dhe përveç produkteve, kur t'i blen, ti mundesh me bo sërish një produkt që dënë me ble, edhe masanej me ble, ose add to cart të bën. Pastaj, nëse dënë me shku me një udhëtim tjetër, herën tjetër, të që përmena që na i kena matë lira, mundesh me marrë edhe një produkt tjetër, po me add to liked products, që pastaj kur dënë me shku në udhëtimin tjetër, e ki si hazë që aty, që masani mundesh me ble me njëherë. Po ashtot përveç kostumeve, ose gjëra që i veshëm për me shku në hapësirë, e kena edhe spaceships, që me të cilat dojna na me shku. I kom qita ashtu si anije kozmike të ndryshme, të cilat të zgjidh njën për shembull për me cilën po do me shku në hapësirë. E kemi Apollon, tjetër, e kena edhe njani u konë, e ka pas emrin Pluto e tjerë. Për shembull, ta shti kur të shkon në një udhëtime mundet me bu $500 ose na i çmim më lirë, të cilët, si që përmena ma herët, i kena produktet dhe udhëtimet më të lira.
Mirë.
A muj? Falas.
Okej. Po besoj që keni përdor WordPress, edhe s'podia keni përdor në Bootstrap ose diçka tjetër, apo keni përdor...
Veç WordPress e kena përdor.
Okej.
Me një e kena marrë një theme WordPress.
I kam dy pyetje. Pyetja parë është këtë renditjen e produkteve që po e bani, me çfarë renditje, me çfarë logjike po renditin produktet. Për shembull, ato po janë kategorisë njëjtë, disa po fillojnë me çmime për shembull 400, 500, prapë po kthehen 400. Dona ka një logjikë se çuçi keni rendita, po çuçi ka raste. Edhe dyta, a përmendet që pagesat bëhen me kripto? A keni provu me lidhë me ndonjë API që e mundëson me kripto që është free, visa për pro? Shtë dy pyetje.
Tash për produkte që vete për çmime, që kanë fillu për ma të lirave dhe ma të shtrejta, është se më varet për shembull çfarë materiali është.
Jo, në fakt janë përzime, nëse shkon pak ma poshtë.
Po?
Shko pak ma poshtë. Që fillon 500, 581, mande prap kthehet 500. Do të thonë me çfarë nditje, mande 400 e keni poshtë. Ç'kjo është ideja, do të thonë çfarë logjike keni përdorur për me rendit produktet që më u shfaq përpara. Mbas çmimit apo ndaj apo
Jo, jo çmimet. E kena s'po di ç'me tash më shpjegoj. E kena qit produktet edhe çmimet, nuk e kena rendit sipas çmimeve.
Po mundemi me rendit edhe sipas çmimit, se për shembull këto është default sorting. Mundi me sort by popularity, më të fundit me çmimet të prej më të ulta tek e larta, prej më çmimit të lartë tek e ulta, mundi me po edhe këto domethënë. Po për fillim ka default sorting, nuk e shka çmimin në pyetje.
Çështë që kanë hyrë në sistem çështë bash. Okej.
Nëse e bëjmë tash për shembull për shihet që është prej çmimit më të lartë tek më e ulta, e para 580 euro dollar domethënë dhe e fundit është 400. Për pagesa që vete për pyetjen e dytë, po e kemi provu me lidh me Coinbase. Më m'ja u demonstru dhe tash. Kur shihet pjesa këto Bitcoin edhe cryptocurrencies, do më thonë mundesh me zgjidhë përsi të Coinbase, mundesh me bo login në akauntin e ju në Coinbase edhe me pagu për mes. Vetëm do të mi plotësu do më thonë këtu billing details.
Okej, faleminderit.
Jo, nuk pata në pyetje shumë, nëse shkon homepage edhe një herë i pata dy këshilla të vogla. Që kësha prit për juve diçka është që, për shembull, shkot e poshte, ma poshtë, për shembull që të video e kësha prit me integru mrena, se që aty edhe mësoni që me integru që të video në website, këtë dilke ashtë, apo bëj këtë si pop-up, hajtë klikoj njëre. Okej, normalisht kësha prit me integru mrena që me pasi UX-in pak ma shpejt, edhe këtë poshte këtë hartën është ta, më mësu që me integru mrena një Google Maps, një diçka që shme se e ka shumë të letë i pjajnë aty për me qitë që ku jena këto, ose diçka. A i një grupi i fundit?
Po, i fundit jena, prej shkollës digjitale.
Sa vjeçari jeni?
15.
16.
Më thonë s'di, ju jeni arsyeja që dyqysh mjev vullnet edhe me jetu në Kosovë, edhe me najnë Kosovë, edhe me përparu në Kosovë, se këtu ka zakonisht lajmet këqia dhe sanet të këqia çdo ditë. Edhe fort na keni bu me unë i mirë sot. Faleminderit.
There we have it. Right, wonderful. There we go. Right, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, absolutely stay there. I want you just to stay there. Come back. So come back. It's cool. You're cool. Pick up that. Okay, just come forward slightly. Come forward slightly. And I would like to invite everybody now who's been on stage, so all our teams, in a line. A few this side, the cool man, the cool guy. A few this side. That's right. In your teams together. That's right. So, right. So these are the teams, not all of the teams from Digital School, am I right? There were more teams as well, or was it, there were more teams, but they're not presenting right now. So this is just a flavour of some of the, the great ideas that they came up with, and they've shared with us today. What we're going to do right now, just for like 60 seconds, our jury members together will just come together and they will discuss and debate. It's going to be a tough choice because they're all so good. Just decide who you think should walk away as the #1 winner. Although we're looking for one winner from our jury members, naturally everybody here is a winner. But as they're deciding who should walk away a winner, I'm going to ask you a few questions. So let's say you were given more time, because it was only really one day and a half. If you were given, let's say, a few more days or a week, do you think you could achieve a bit more? Do you think you could, yeah?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I think if there was more time, we would do more stuff on our website, but since we had like a day and a half, then it's okay.
Okay, so the digital school, I think, is a fantastic idea. Sounds really cool, and I can see you're cool kids doing cool stuff. Tell someone like me, not from this area at all, the kind of stuff that you're doing in the school. We've seen a little bit today, but just tell us a little bit more, explain a little bit more about the cool things about that digital school. So if anyone's listening, they can understand the great things you're doing at this school. Tell us.
Yeah. Well, digital school is a perfect school for me. Firstly, well, I went to digital school because I wanted to make games, and my father told me that you could program games on digital school. Yeah, but yeah, well, while I went to digital school day by day, I learned programming more and more, and then more I learned, the more I liked. So digital school is perfect for programming. I suggest everyone to go to digital school to learn programming so you can be a great programmer. And right now I'm learning WordPress Advanced just by coding, by programming as the first team made it.
That's really cool. That's really cool. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4 young ladies. Are there many girls at the digital school?
Actually, yes. More than you could even imagine. A lot of girls that I have seen in digital school and that I have gotten to work with, they're very cooperative, they're very nice, they're very sweet, and they're very understanding. And of course, we all love design, we all love front end, so that's our main focus usually.
Fabulous, fabulous. And the last thing is, if I was to ask you, what do you, let's say in, I don't know, 10 years' time or in the future, what do you, at this stage, what kind of job do you see yourself doing? I'm just going to go with the microphone. You just have to say the job that you think you'd like to do, okay? Think about your job. Think about what it is, okay? Right, here we go.
Programmer.
Animator.
Programmer.
Programmer. I usually like making websites, but I like making games too. And I think that in the future I would make a company like to make my own game and like to make it popular.
Programming.
Programming, editing, animating, and maybe a military security system working.
Military security system. I was just thinking, everyone who said programmer, you could all work for her, couldn't you? Right.
Programmer.
Entrepreneur.
Interpreter.
Entrepreneur.
Interpreter. We're going to do this all afternoon. I'll say it again. Interpreter.
No.
Interpreter.
No. Entrepreneur.
Oh, entrepreneur. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Entrepreneur, not interpreter. Clearly, I can't interpret. And finally?
IT. Okay, IT.
What kind of job in IT?
Programming, everything like with a computer, everything.
Cool. You can work for her as well. Right. There we have it. So you can see, I don't know, with 10 years now, COS ICTX, 10 years edition, celebrating over the last 2 days. Maybe, just maybe, COS ICT 20 years, we will be seeing you, maybe, just maybe some of you, or maybe all of you in the future on this very stage. Right, the moment has come. Our jury members, that's right, round of applause for everybody here. Moment has come. I saw you on the corner of my eye in the corner, deciding, debating, almost arguing as to who.
It was really tough.
It was tough. Really tough. And I think you're gonna let us know exactly who you feel. It's really difficult. One team that actually is going to walk away the winner of this competition. Join us.
Okay, so first, as we said in the beginning, all of you were amazing. All of you did a great job. It was a tough decision to make. We feel very honored that we had the chance to be your jury. So after discussion and discussion and discussion, we decided for the group Feel the Space.
First group.
Yeah, first group.
Right, how does it feel to be a winner?
Amazing. One word, amazing. I'm very thankful to the jury and to all of you. And it's my pleasure to be here in this 10th edition of COS ICT. And maybe in 10 years, I will be here on stage.
Wonderful. Now, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Although you are the winner, so you actually have the title, and that's a really cool thing to have, right? In fact, I believe every single one of the participants, everybody who presented today, in fact, you all walk away winners in more ways than one, because I believe it's a lamp box subscription. Does that mean anything to you?
I was going to say
Are you going to say it,
this,
right?
of
Okay, you
course.
say it then. You
Of
say it. You
course,
tell it. Yeah, you
Peter.
share it. Sorry.
So I congratulate the winners, but you were all fantastic, definitely. And as we all know, they are all winners, in fact. We had two other schools earlier, day and a half here, but for some other reason, they are not here in the stage. Nevertheless, the company, Labbox, decided to give you all 30 participants on this competition with a gift of Labbox gift for all of you, and we will be coming to your offices, to your school, to give you that with Artashe Uzaimi. And again, we have another gift for you and for the others. SQA Consulting Group, with the owner Zana Budima, is giving you a subscription card to Mana board and card games, month subscription for all of you. So we will come back with all this presents for you in your schools. Thank you and congratulations to all.
Absolutely fantastic. And you know what? Here's the thing. Although we're doing this, maybe for the first time here, it's a really cool thing to do. I think maybe, I don't know, it depends what you think, maybe we should include this kind of competition every year that we do COS ICT for young coders, young people, young talent, really sharing their big ideas. Because although I didn't understand most of the words in Albanian, I could really feel that you were passionate and you enjoyed what you were sharing. And I suppose it's up to our audience. What do you think? Do you think we should have this kind of competition every year? Absolutely. So this was the first competition. Let's see how it unfolds in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, please put your hands together for all our participants from the digital school sharing their big ideas. Right, we will now have a short break at 5 o'clock. We will be back on this stage, on the main stage, for more COS ICT 2021. Right, we move on. So a little bit earlier on, you saw the fantastic participants from the digital school sharing their big ideas on stage, and I think you'll agree with me, quite impressive. I was certainly impressed, not just with their maturity, but also the big ideas they had sharing on stage. And to do that, it's not easy. It's not easy to stand on a stage and share your ideas like they did, but they certainly did. And hopefully we'll see this. Hopefully we'll see this idea, this competition, as a regular thing, perhaps each year at COS ICT. Right, moving on. So business growth. When we think about businesses, small businesses, and then growing into larger, more profitable entities, different ways of doing that. And the next gentleman here on stage, he's going to share with us a little bit more about, it is about the different ways you can do that. So there's different ways you can do that with strategy, different ways you can do that, certainly with the mindset and the ideas you have, but also a few other ideas as well. And maybe more specifically from Kutia, what he's been doing over the last couple of years in that company and how they're growing in a good way into the future as well. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage from Kutia, Mr. Albion Sutai.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you who are on the stage and the others who are watching us online. Waiting for the presentation. So today, as Peter said, we're going to talk about entrepreneurship as a process and how that indicates on the business growth. But before we go there, I would like to but I can't. Okay. I would like to tell you more what I do. You see I had in previous slide 2 positions, and one is Managing Director at BizBase, and the other is Chief of Operation at Kutia X. What I do daily is I maintain and drive operational results within the company, which I work closely with CEO and the CTO of the company. My main goal is to stimulate company growth, maintain procedures operational-wise and sales-wise, as well create new procedures in order to maintain the growth. The more topics that I'm going to discuss is how the entrepreneurship is related to growth, what and how is the business growth. Growth is more than a strategy. We will go deeper on this and define more things. And the last slide is going to be how to grow our experience, which we had last year in Kutia when we decided to do the organic growth that we have taken on, and that why on my title I had 2 companies. So the first topic, as I said, is how entrepreneurship is related to growth. Is what we're going to talk is not what an entrepreneur does day to day, but what is entrepreneurship as a process helps to grow a company, and once the companies are grown, it will help to grow in the economy as well. Entrepreneurial ventures help to, as I said, to generate more growth and more business. However, most of the business stays in their comfort zone when they have certain clients and certain markets, when they have their own product and their own service that they do it in the market. Once the entrepreneurs do their ventures and do new products, new services by using new technologies, this expands to new market and generate new sales as well with the new customers. This means that it indicates automatically towards growth. On part 2 is what and how business grow. So there's no definition on what growth is exactly, but it is on 3 points, which are profitability, which is related to the sales, is market share percentage, which is related to how much a company participates in the market share. Let's take, for example, Apple with iPads last year, for example, has participated 30% in the market, but the year after has participated on 60% on the market. This is element of a growth on the company as well as the people. So the people are key point also, which we're going to discuss more on the slide. Next slides. On how growth happens, it's like, if I can say it, it's like a human being grow. It has stages of infancy, then it has stages of childhood, then it has adulthood and maturity, which means a company might grow too fast and might grow too slow. Depends on the entrepreneur style, depends on the other factors as well, but overall it's known as a growth that has, in a bold, there are two types of growth. There are organic growth and the inorganic growth. Organic growth are also known as the growth, they are within the company, so you have a strategy on what to do, procedures you have in place, what markets you're going to target, and lots of other stuff. But also you need new procedures, new management in order when you push the gas pedal to do the growth, so you're not shaken down and you can resist that turbulence. Inorganic growth, it's external growth, which indicate joint ventures as well as mergers. So inorganic growth are much faster compared to the organic growth, and organic growth are much slower. But most of the companies choose organic one, and that's what we have chosen at Cutia. Third part is more about growth, is more about strategy. An entrepreneur believes that having a good strategy, it is what takes to grow a company. It does indeed, and also there's also other elements such as 3 W's. It's what I'm going to sell, who is the buyer, and what are they going to buy from me. Every entrepreneur has defined these all and has a good strategy and think that's enough. Our point of view is it's not enough in order to have success. In order to have success, you have to have people, procedures, structure, and have everything in order. So company should be customer centric, and company needs to be people oriented. In order to have a continuous growth, the organic one, you have to have the right culture, the right structure, the right HR policies, measurements and rewards to driven behaviors that precede desired growth. By this means that if the people are not measured right and are not stimulated right, they will be a blocker on your growth. So before you do a strategy that you're going to go from point A to point B, you better have the right culture in the company. You better have the right structure and the HR policy and measurements and rewards. When I say rewards, they have to be financial ones and as well as the emotional ones. Sometimes some people just need a bravo on their end of the day, so they are more motivated to push your strategy towards growth. Many entrepreneurs think that starting a business is the same as growing a business. When you're a startup, you do everything by yourself, and this happens in the most of the companies that we have seen and witnessed in our time. A co-founder, CEO does all the sales and does everything for the company. And once they reach a peak of, as I said before, as a human of maturity, the company needs to be more structured and needs to be have more procedure in order to, when they push the gas pedal of of the growth they need, so they're in order to handle that. So when you grow the business, you have to sometimes to take on board people that you have to share your vision should be in line with their vision in order to the growth to happen. The interesting part, how to grow. Our experience at Kutia. We have chosen the organic growth as our path towards the growth that we're actually facing right now. In the next slides, I'm going to show what were our lags that we have identified first when we done the strategy on how we want to grow, when we answer three W's and who are our buyers, what we're going to sell to them, and what is their nature. So I think I might need help. Next slide. Here, thank you. We have identified lots of our lacks. I have presented just the few that helped us in the next 6 months to generate more sales, increase the service delivery, and satisfaction also of our employees. So when we gathered together, we decided which path are we going to take, where's our market, who is going to be our seller. We did all the check boxes. But we had to make sure that people in the company are ready for our growth, are ready to follow us on the next journey that we're going to take. So we decided what lacks we have when we are focused on our growth, what we need to have as elements to measure and reward those people and the people around us towards this growth. So when we started, we had no in-house HR. We had no structured sales. As I said, every entrepreneur might be ready to start a business, but when it comes to grow, it needs to be more structured, to have policies in place and everything else. So we had no sales structure. Every sales was done by the C-level or a co-founder of the company. We had no service delivery control. We had project management, but those projects that were delivered, we didn't have a feedback on what's going on. And no CRM. And lots of other elements that I didn't see relevant to share it today. What we did first, we took a wonderful HR in-house. When I say HR, people think someone who will do the contracts all day and get approval of your leave or something like that. It has to be people person. It has to take care of all of their needs, emotional, financial, their problems and everything else. You need to have a proper HR in-house in order so people can have a door where they can speak to and what are they feeling and everything else. What we done after, we structured the sales. On the sales term, it's known as hunters and farmers. By this means when sales people who will do the hunting, and then once the client is converted, then it moves to a different team who are the farmers, who the existing clients are going to be farmed and grow those accounts. Service delivery management was the next one. So by this, we have put a control. Once the projects are delivered, we send a survey to ask our clients how their satisfaction and everything else related to the project. But also we are in the process of implementing 36-degree review, which is from sales process to the client, but also internal, how the people feel. So this increase the transparency between the team, helps you to grow, and also I forgot what I was to say. And the last point that we took very serious was CRM, because people need, the management needs to take decision based on data. Most of the companies, when early startup, they decision making, they have it based on what they read, based on what they have heard in the market, etc., and the research that are done by the founders or the entrepreneurs that have pushed towards this, the business. So on the CRM, you need to have all sales data, all sales requests, and what you're being delivered. So the next year, when you do the plan and the forecast, you have a data backed up to you, so you can know what was the requirement, what you need in order to move with the growth. After we have taken all these action and identify our lacks, which we are identifying more and more every day, the results in 6 months within the company were we had 30 new people through different departments. When I say, I mean dev team, design, sales, and project management as well. Custom, we had sales revenue, a new customer converted, because the sales now was structured. People had a target what to hunt and what they were going to farm. And by adding the service delivery and CRM tool, client satisfaction has been increased for 25%. And this was as a feedback that we had from the surveys from the clients. So overall, these were what we have identified and what action we had taken. So overall, growth, when I said growth is more than a strategy, it means that you can have the strategy, but you need also to have these elements, which are procedures and people in the company in order to do the growth. And from my experience, lesson that we learned in the company. I'm not going to read all of these. I'm going to take 3 of them, which I like the most to discuss deeper. My favorite one is hiring for cultural fit is essential. You can hire the best salesperson, you can hire the best programmer, but if he's not fit with the culture of your company, he will be a blocker on your growth, he will be a blocker on mentality and everything else, and it will make a toxic environment for your company. So sometimes when you need, we need people all the time, but my recommendation are hire for attitude, not for skills, because if someone is willing to learn, they will learn fast and they will grow with you. But if they have the attitude, and that attitude is what matter mostly, I mean from my experience till now. Hire and fire quickly. Once you have built the right procedures on HR, right procedures on onboarding and everything else, you will not fail at this point, because most of the people think this is not empathy. But if you have the right procedure, when you onboard a person, he knows exactly what he's going to do in the next 3 months, and he has a clear vision on his path, and he doesn't perform that, you don't have to keep him, you have just to fire fast. But if you don't have the right procedures in place, then the empathy that you have for the people and you discuss as a company will go down, because there's no reason why you fire him, because you don't have the procedures in place. And the last one, favorite, is when you think you have it all right, you have to start decline. So at the moment when you are in the top management and you're pushing towards growth, and everything is saying, bravo, you're doing a good job and everything else, I think that's the time you have to go decline everything they're saying and go in retrospective and see how you're doing and what you're doing, because it has to be a moment when you reflect on things that you're doing. So overall, this is was my presentation. And if you need more details, you can reach us out at sales@BizBase, which is one of the companies that we've done after the structure of the company.
Thank you so much, Albion. Wonderful. Great. Right, we move on now to our actually last session of this day, of the whole event, in fact, COS ICT X, the 10th edition. This is all about looking at ecosystems and eco-leaders, and really the question is why ecosystems really need eco-leaders to move them forward and to take everything in the right direction. So the person that's going to do that for you right now, ready and waiting, waited the whole of yesterday and today, and finally wrapping up our event, our two-day event right now on the stage. Please welcome from Raiffeisen Bank, Ms. Drenusha Shehu.
Thank you, Peter. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it was such a nice event, and I should acknowledge all the effort that was done by COS ICT, STIC, volunteers, sponsors, to bring us together during this uncertain time. It's not easy. A lot of measurements haven't been taken into consideration. COVID has changed the game. Today, I will talk about ecosystems and why ecosystems need eco-leaders. During these 2 days, we have heard a lot from the speakers mentioning the needs of the ecosystems, what are the plans, and what is the future, and what is missing. But the key question is enabling systems to function well. Can you hear me? Good. Okay. Okay, thank you. Hope you can hear me now. Great. Okay. So, as I was mentioning, during these 2 days, a lot of speakers have been referring to ecosystems. The needs, the plans, the lacking, everything was addressed. But the question is, who is enabling to function the ecosystem? This is the key. And these are people, eco-leaders. So during this presentation, I would like to share with you how leadership has been evolving from ego to eco, why ecosystems need eco-leadership, and ask for a commitment to act now, because the future is now. We cannot wait anymore. How I came across to this topic, if you help me change the slide, is that in 2019, I was nominated as a talent from Raiffeisen Bank, and I got rewarding to attend the Peter Drucker Forum. By attending in the Peter Drucker, at that time, the theme was ecosystem. We had an open invitation to pitch the topics, and therefore I decided to challenge myself with eco-leadership. Here I have shared the eco-leadership got the most voted topic and the interest from audience, and that's why I decided to share in this community as well. Going further, what about me? Who am I? How came I here? I'm Drenusha. I'm working in banking industry more than 13 years. Mainly, I was working in transformations, dealing with different frameworks, but always having in mind that in heart of organization are people. So, beside that, I'm a mother of two children, and I do speak 5 different languages. Let's move on and go to the roots. Usually people mix managing and leading. So that's why I decided first to bring the wording. What's the difference? And the difference is, as you can see, that in the leading wording, it's someone who goes beyond, someone who takes that threshold. While in the managing, in the Latin, manus means a helping hand, which is totally different when you're acting. Going further, what is an ecosystem? We all have a knowledge about it. It's a network of organization which involves starting from supplier, distributor, competitor, government agencies, and still they do compete with each other, are affecting each other. That's why all the participants in the ecosystem needs constantly to evolve, to be flexible, to review their customer needs, their product and services. Since we committed to 7 principles of the UN in regard to ESG, environment, social governance, and all of us have objectives towards that about eco-products, eco-properties, or eco-machines. But what about eco-leaders? Are they green? Where can we find them? What about them? Before moving further, let's review the past, how the leadership has been evolving. With industry evolving, we have also evolved in terms of the workers. From the manufacturing worker, we have been evolving to the knowledge worker. So today, we mainly are the knowledge workers. And here I wanted to share some leadership evolution. It starts with autocratic, which usually are the leaders who love to control, to make decisions on their own. They don't take inputs from the team, and they are quite rigid to take the feedback. Are they needed? Yes, they are. Why, you would say? Because, let's say, in some functions like military, surgery, you don't have time for brainstorming. You have to take action and move. So autocratics still are around us and are needed, but not a lot in the ecosystem, only in certain functions. Situational leadership is task behavior leadership, which means the leader will evaluate the background of the follower. If the follower is a beginner, means he doesn't have any experience. So therefore, the leader will decide to tell how to perform and do the task. While this is the opposite in the delegation, because the leader here will ask a different question. We'll ask the follower, what's your opinion, your perspective on the objective? What can we do more? Because the follower already have experience. Going further to leader-member exchange, which was happening around 1980s, it's a leader-follower relationship. So the leader will evaluate the person, whether he is trustful, whether he is committed, whether he can have additional responsibility. And based on that, they have 2 categories. You are in the group or out of the group. Then we move to charismatic leaders. Based on the name, you see that they have charisma. They do sense things very early, and they motivate usually towards a topic. They are good as well. Let's see what eco-leader is, and I will try to give analogy on this. Let's say we are gardeners. In the gardening setup, we need to know the purpose. Are we setting up for business? Are we set up for training? Are we going set up for decoration this garden or what? It's same for the team. What is the mission of the team? The leader has to share the highest purpose. What's the objective? People want to know how they are going to contribute to that objective, what kind of skills they need to bring in. So this is really important. We choose the location. Do we want in front, in back, where in the garden? It's really important because the plants have different specifics. Some of them need more water, some of them need more sun, some of them need the shade. It's same with the people. We are all driven by different values, different intentions, different personalities. Some of us are curious, some of us need acceptance, some of us need independence. And here comes the eco-leader. He needs to enable this to the team. He needs to understand the specific of the team so that he can enable their success. Review the needs. We always have to review the needs to set up a garden. Do we need seed, soil, organics, or what? It's same for the team. What kind of needs do they have the team? Do they have a training? Do they have a technical? Do they have a licenses? What kind of needs do they have? So feedback is another point that brings me why we need feedback. Do the leaders need feedback? Yes, they need, and constant feedback. They need to be open to embrace the feedback, because this will improve and build the trust and maintain the trust within that team. Even for the flowers, if the flower is not, or the plant is not flourishing, we cannot go and scream, in front of the flower and tell you need to flourish faster because I can wait. Instead, we see what's the problem and try to fix. It's same with the people. Usually in corporates, we have tendency to just review the KPIs, the measurements, try to improve, optimize, and get that speed instead of seeing the pace of the things. Sometimes we need to give time to some things. Patience is really important. Maintain, it's really important also. If you don't maintain the garden next year, well, you won't have it. It's same with the people. You will have high attrition rate because something you have failed to maintain that, either relationship, investment in development, or something was missing. That's why I wanted to bring this analogy between a gardener and an eco-leader, because all of us here can become eco-leaders or even are. So we have to invest time with people. It's really important. Why eco-leadership matters, I will try to emphasize in 3 key points. It matters because of people. People are heart of organization. You can have best technology, best venue, best place to be, but if you don't have the right people, you're not having customers, you're not having products, so the cycle is broken. Eco-leaders are ensuring vital, collaborative workplace. Also, their well-being is very important. Embracing diversity, embracing different thoughts, different genders, different opinions. We are different physically, also skills, also capabilities. So we have to embrace that. Increasing transparency is very important. Sharing the purpose so that I know how can help the organization to move forward. And their role and talents have been evolving. Just maybe 3 years ago, I'm mainly involved in the agile transformations. We didn't have certain roles, product owners, scrum masters. These are new for the market. And even we are facing the recruitment part for these kind of roles. So we need to be open to evolve even inside the organization and develop our people before the trend comes so that we are a step ahead. Organization-wise, what are the eco-leaders that is mattering for the organization is that they share the purpose. They don't create the purpose, but instead they invite people to create it together, take inputs, take feedbacks, and based on that they shape. Diversity raises productivity and satisfaction. Working in circle and asking someone, what's your opinion? It will increase the confidence of the team member. It will be maybe another idea. It will be maybe adjusting your idea or even accelerating. So use it. Psychology safety, I get a lot of questions about this in the trainings. What is psychology safety? Why should we take care? If we don't have an environment where people easily can fail, share the failures, then we have failed. Because even if we go to example of the planting, we can have some weeds around the garden, but we maintain, we remove. And these are weeds are the mistakes, let's say. It's same with the people. So make a space, make an approach that people can easily speak about their mistakes and try to be proactive by asking questions, what you have learned from it, how do we go further? Because usually they have the solution as well, and they can act the fastest one, rather than waiting for commands. New co-creative practices, we are all involved in innovations, but do we have dedicated budgets for innovations? Do we promote people in organization to attend trainings or to participate in innovation? Or they think innovation is something that is only for certain people. So you have to communicate, to be close to them, so that you share the benefits of participation in co-creating practices. And sponsor most the craziest idea. Usually, it happens to me as well, that teams say, no, because no one will sponsor, so we will not go further. Don't judge, try it. Judging before trying is prejudging. You don't have experience, so first try, build your judgment, and then you know what was the learning. This is all from my side in terms of eco-leadership. I try to keep it short, but I would like to make an open call for all the organization to invest on the leaders because we can have future eco-leaders. And time is now. There is no future. I would close up by saying less I and more we. These are the eco-leaders we should see. Thank you, everyone.
Drenusha, what a way to finish. Great way to wrap up this last day. Ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We have come to the very, that's it. That's the end, almost the end of our 2 days together. And as I was just sitting over there listening to Drenusha, and I was actually looking around this hall. And if I'm not mistaken, this used to be, I believe, the canteen of the military base, the K4, and it was a German base, right? So this right here, this is where we had military officials eating their lunch, eating their breakfast probably, in the evening meal as well. And they were here naturally for their mission. Their mission was partly to keep everything safe, everybody safe, and keep everything moving forward, and try to join communities as well. And it reminded me of what we're here to do, what we've been here in the same place a few months later, or years later, to try to build, and the mission here is try to build and to keep building that community, the local community, the ICT community, certainly here in Kosovo as well. And I think you'll agree with me, it's been quite an intriguing past couple of days. We've learned lots of ideas, heard lots of different perspectives. But certainly from my side, again, somebody who's not from here, popping in and popping out, listening to the passion, listening to the positivity, it really sort of tells me that, and I've always thought this anyway, that certainly here, again, always hear the same kind of messages, lots of young people, lots of talent, lots of potential, but it's so true. So I'm glad that I came back for the 10th edition. Hopefully I'll be back again soon. But all that leaves me to say is thank you so much. Everybody who's joined us from wherever you are in the world, hopefully you've enjoyed it as well. Maybe, just maybe, last couple of words from the young lady who put this all together last 10 years. Please put your hands together for our queen.
Thank you, Peter. So I am younger than you now? Okay, thank you very much. What a day, what a festival. It's the 10th edition, and I couldn't be more proud. This was really amazing 2 days. We had plenty of motivational speeches. We had a lot of technical, educational presentations. We had a full startup scene on the other side. We had Future Developers Corner. And today we had even finalists. We had winners of the hackathon, kids hackathons. So it was so much going around. B2B, organized B2B event. We had a lot of round tables. We had developer stage full with players right now. They are doing this final tournament on e-gaming. We had charity tournament of ICT companies. And at the end, we had such a wonderful public for these 2 days. There were more than 1,200 visitors, and I'm very proud of it because it was post-COVID time, and it exceeded my expectation really much, very much. So I am so glad that you were here till the end. And of course, this is not the end. It's always a process, a way forward. And what can I say to close this? I want to help the sponsor, of course, sponsors. I want to thank sponsors that made this happen. There are our main empowering sponsor, or our partner sponsor, was USAID Compete Program Activity. Then I want to thank the host and also a big general sponsor, which is ITP and GIZ and German Embassy, who make it possible to use this beautiful event place, which sounds like everybody who was coming here yesterday and today, they thought that they are in the Alps somewhere or German compound somewhere. It was so beautiful, and it is beautiful. And I was concerned at the beginning because I thought, if I change the place of the event, maybe less people will come. But it seems that even that cannot stop people that are interested to be part of this community, because the value of this event, the value of this festival is the community, is you. Companies, startups, people, present people here and online who were watching us for 2 days in a row, and of course, a lot of sponsors that made it happen. I don't want to present them all because they are all in the list during the 2 days, but I want to thank ICT companies, members of STIC, for being all the time around this festival, startups, younger communities, all the speakers, more than 50 speakers were in the stage for 2 days. There's a lot of things that were happening in this event. And for the end, I want to say thank you for the great team of STIC who made this happen. So I would like to invite them on stage. Dominic, Art, Blerina, Labinot, and 10 volunteers that helped us a lot during these 2 days. Please come on stage. And especially I would like to invite Valion Sanhasi, because he is the guy who deals with social media, and he helped us to promote this event more and more. And of course, this event would not be the same without Peter Hopwood, who is the best moderator in the world. Come on, Peter.
Ladies and gentlemen, I think you'll agree with me. It's been a wonderful 2 days. All we have to say now is you guys come in this way, you guys come in this way. We will say goodbye and see you hopefully next year. Have a good journey home.
Yeah, thank you. And I would like the last picture to be with all of you on the stage, because the best thing, please come on the stage, everybody. Thank you, everybody. See you next year.
Ha ha ha.